Chapter 661 The Battle Between the Iron-Blooded Faction and the Reformation Faction.
When Zhou Yu, who was stationed in Yuzhou, learned about the situation in Suzhou, Sun Tzu had already led his troops to attack Jinzhou. At this time, Lu Biao, relying on Kuai Yu's wisdom and Huan Zhong's bravery, had successfully captured most of Nan Commandery. This was Lu Biao's first successful counterattack since the fall of Jinbei.
At this point, Zhou Yu was in a dilemma. Fortunately, he had a clear understanding of the priorities of the matter. So, although he knew that this was a great opportunity to capture Sushu, he hesitated for a moment and gave up. After all, Zhou Yu had not yet fully consolidated the territory that Yuan Shu originally controlled. As for the areas south of Yangzhou, they were too far away to be of any use. As a result, Zhou Yu's plan to steadily build a large rear base was not yet completed, and he had no choice but to give up this great opportunity. Ziyu, the important family of Yuzhou, and the upcoming spring planting are all in your hands. I need to find a way to stall those elders of the Yuan family, Zhou Yu sighed and instructed Zhajin. During this period, thanks to Zhajin's persuasion, many aristocratic families have become willing to support Sun Ce. Even those who haven't explicitly stated their support no longer resist Sun Ce's rule as much as before. As for the soldiers, Zhou Yu has also begun to reorganize them, trying to improve the combat effectiveness of the usual army while maintaining an army of 20万. I will do my best, but Gongjin, sometimes you have to be decisive. Zhajin nodded and then said lightly. Alas, after all, he is a member of the Yuan clan and has done a great favor for Bafu. How can we do this? Zhou Yu shook his head. He thought the same way, but both Sun Ce and Yuan Shu were men of honor, and such actions would greatly damage the relationship between the three. That's not the case. Sometimes, it's better to guide than to block. Gongjin, why don't you think of other ways? I'm sure you know why the elders of the Yuan family and we can't work together. Since that's the case, why not get to the root of the problem? Zhajin said calmly. Since the Yuan family can't be offended, then they can be turned into allies. That's true, but it's really not easy, Zhou Yu said with a long sigh. On the contrary, this matter is very simple. Yuan Shao cannot extend his reach to Yuzhou. What we need to do is consolidate our own strength and let the Yuan family witness our power. By the time we have established a strong foundation, it will be too late for the Yuan family to react. Moreover, Yuan Shao in Jishu may not be as powerful as the Yuan family expects, Zhajin said with a light laugh. He was not interested in suppressing others, he was only interested in how to strengthen himself. All right, then I'll go along with their ideas for now and let them understand that things aren't as simple as they think. Zhou Yu was inspired by this and a complete set of ideas immediately came to mind. The elders of the Yuan family always referred to the Yuan family and Yuan Shao. Since that's the case, let them understand the difference first. Zhou Yu silently stopped what he was doing and carefully considered the feasibility of the whole matter. But we need to seize the right opportunity and absolutely not let the Yuan family elders do as they please. It seems I still need to stall them for now, Zhou Yu sighed silently. After giving Zhajin a few instructions, Zhou Yu headed towards the door. He needed to speak with the elders of the Yuan family, at least for now. A conflict with Liu Bei was unacceptable, as it didn't align with the interests of Sun Xiyi and Yuan Shu. The so-called interests of the Yuan family didn't overlap with their own, so it wasn't feasible at the moment. Although the elders of the Yuan family were shrewd and experienced, they were still far inferior to a natural genius like Zhou Yu. While they disapproved of Yuan Shu handing over military and political power to Sun Xiyi, they were not fools and could only agree when Zhou Yu considered the overall interests of the Yuan family. When Fa Zheng and Zhe Liang arrived in Yanzhou, Lu Yan was building momentum for Lu Buletin's return to Bingzhou. He had already invited many famous scholars to express their views on the invasion of Bingzhou by the Hu people. Before Lu Yan could even suggest that Lu Buletin was willing to march north to attack the Hu and quell the border troubles, many scholars quickly began to respond. Then, a group of idle scholars actually started running around, urging the various warlords to put aside their prejudices and deal with the Hu people first. What followed was completely different from what Lu Yan had planned. First, Chen Lin was the first to stand up and praise Gongsun Zhen of Yuzhu for his great achievements in eliminating the Wuhuan and Xianbei and clearing the border troubles, and said that Yuan Shao should not have attacked Gongsun Zhen. It's likely that this old man was angered by Yuan Shao's previous actions, and he went on to praise Gongsun Zhen for doing a great job in Yuzhu and for his great achievements in defending the border. Although there was an element of exaggeration, when it comes to the actual record of fighting against the Hu people, the title of General of the White Horse was truly stained with blood, and his achievements were undeniable. With Chen Lin being the first to stand up, a group of people quickly responded and supported Gongsun Zhen. They verbally attacked Yuan Shao, and Han Fu's mysterious death in the toilet was also used by those with dark intentions to smear Yuan Shao. In short, Yuan Shao's bad luck began. However, for every person who praises someone, there is someone who criticizes them. Lu Yu was not yet dead. After Chen Lin's praise reached Chang'an, Lu Yu began to organize people to denigrate Gongsun Zhen. After all, Gongsun Zhen's actions were indeed too ruthless. Wherever he went, he wiped out any Hu people. In addition, Gongsun Zhen had attacked the imperial relatives, which was not easy to clear up. While some scholars favored the practice of killing every barbarian they encountered, others preferred education and civilization. This led to direct conflict between the two sides, clearly indicating that the question of who was right and who was wrong had become the main issue, essentially a factional struggle. On one side was the iron-blooded faction led by Chen Lin and Su Gan, and on the other side was the moralizing faction led by Lu Yu and Kong Rong. The best debater of the iron-blooded faction was naturally Chen Lin himself, and the strongest critic of the moralizing faction was Mi Hong. In reality, judging from the lineups, the two sides are roughly equal in strength. At this point, neither side will change their tune. One side supports Gongsun Zhen, while the other side angrily denounces Gongsun Zhen. As a result, Lu Buletin doesn't have much to do. Lu Yan is completely dumbfounded. Chen Lin and Kong Rong even plan to have a debate, intending to have Lu Yan provide the venue and act as arbitrator. Naturally, if Yuan Shao wasn't stupid, he wouldn't have bothered with Gongsun Zhen at this point. If he killed Gongsun Zhen now, both sides would definitely target Yuan Shao, and it would be strange if he didn't get vilified. Among these famous scholars, there were historians, upright officials, and pragmatists, all sorts of people. If he offended them all, these scholars who controlled the discourse certainly wouldn't mind writing a smear on Yuan Shao in the history books. Besides the debate group, the iron-blooded faction and the moralizing faction also have a combat group, such as the previous Gongsun Zhen and Lu Yu. Naturally, among the famous scholars in this battle, there are also those who are too lazy to conquer the other side with eloquence. Some guys directly pick up their equipment, prepare to find a place to practice, and then slap the other side in the face with facts. Chapter 662: The idea of turning enemies into our own people. Just as those practicalists were pondering a suitable location, Lu Yan's faint voice finally rang out. Lu Buledin was going to launch a northern expedition against the Hu people and reclaim the Hinta region. Turning enemies into allies is the true path to victory. How could a brute understand such a profound principle? Hu Zhao sneered repeatedly, and headed straight for Yanzhou.
Those who are not of our kind are sure to have different hearts. Let's slaughter them and clear the sky. Zhang Hong looked at the things Chongling had brought him, put them away, and headed to Lu Bu's camp.
Neither of these two men had much interest in civil war. Hu Zhao's ideal was to educate the people, and he was a pragmatist. In other words, regardless of what others thought, he simply wanted to find a place and teach the people as much as he could. Previously, it was felt that Lu Bei's ideals were too grand and unrealistic, so Hu Zhao, who had moved from Yuzhou to Mount Tai, left Lu Bei and took his half-disciple Sima Yi to travel the world, measure the central plains with his own feet, and go north to understand the customs of the Hu people. After returning from the north before the new year, Hu Zhao, having confirmed that he had taught Sima Yi everything he needed to, took Sima Yi back to the central plains and then prepared to find a place to write down his thoughts. After returning to the central plains, Hu Zhao had a new perspective on Mount Tai's continued prosperity and development, and realized that he had been prejudiced at the time. However, having traveled to the north with Sima Yi, Hu Zhao had new ideas about education. Hu Zhao originally possessed extremely high academic knowledge, otherwise, he would not have been able to become Sima Yi's teacher. After confirming that the popularization of education in Mount Tai was indeed possible, and combining his observations of the northern nomadic peoples, Hu Zhao vaguely conceived a new idea. Furthermore, Hu Zhao had encountered some seemingly absurd ideas in the Taishan library, but as he gained more experience over the past year, these ideas gradually matured and formed a new educational philosophy. Naturally, Hu Zhao held the ancient author of that book in high esteem. This idea gradually settled down. Finally, Hu Zhao decided that the Han dynasty, or rather the descendants of Yan and Huang in the Central Plains, could tolerate the impact of various ideologies such as hegemony, benevolence, and kingship, as well as the ideas of the 100 schools of thought, but it was essential to consolidate the orthodox ideology of the Central Plains with Confucianism as the core and law and rights as the backbone. As for areas outside the Central Plains, it was necessary to first establish dominance through tyranny, then consolidate it through benevolent rule, and finally educate through the principles of benevolence. The various schools of thought were used to cleanse the mind, and the moral principles of the Chinese people were clarified through the system of laws and rights. Finally, the Confucian ideology of unification was used to assimilate them. Once this process was completed, this is what the Chinese people are. It can be said that after Hu Zhao wrote down the entire set of ideas in detail, he could no longer suppress the urge to put them into practice. As for Zhang Hong, he had little interest in civil war. His father was at odds with the Xiongnu when he served as the Xiongnu general, a high-ranking official in the Han dynasty, with a salary of 2,000 shi. You can tell what he did from his name. Naturally, Zhang Hong, born into such a family, had little affection for the Hu people and was ruthless in killing them when necessary. He was absolutely decisive in his killing of foreign tribes. After confirming that Liu Bei would take over Yanzhou, and knowing that his brothers Zhang Chao and Zhang Miao would no longer be in danger, Zhang Hong finally resolved to fight for his ideals. As a result, Chen Gong, who had initially given up hope that his civil officials would follow Lu Buletin to Bingzhou, suddenly discovered that quite a few scholars were willing to go with Lu Buletin. However, these scholars all made it clear that if Lu Buletin did not fight against the Hu people, they would turn back once they arrived. The arrival of Hu Zhao and Zhang Hong one after the other greatly shocked Chen Gong. Even Chen Gong found it difficult to easily defeat either of them, especially Hu Zhao, whose insight left Chen Gong repeatedly in awe. Such figures, yet remained unknown to the world. Gongta, there's no need for you to sigh. I personally went to the Hintao region of Bingzhou and have a certain understanding of the forces there. I even made a map of the strength of the various tribes in the Hintao region, Hu Zhao said calmly. After a period of understanding, he was completely relieved. Lu Buletin was not making a strategic retreat, but was really going to launch a northern expedition. Such a thing exists. Chen Gong was overjoyed. This will greatly increase our chances of winning the northern expedition. Hu Zhao took out a book wrapped in silk from his bosom, then untied the silk and handed it to Chen Gong. This is one part of it. I will have to wait until we yuan in Bingzhou to present the remaining 4 parts. Please forgive me, Gongta.
Brother Coming, there's no need for that. We are all preparing for the northern expedition. There's nothing to be ashamed of, Chen Gong said with a smile. He understood Hu Xiao's thoughts to some extent. These people weren't unable to remember the map. They just wanted to prove that they had indeed put their heart and soul into the northern expedition and didn't want their efforts to go to waste.
While Chen Gong and Hu Zhao were on good terms, Zhang Hong, Gao Shen, Zhang Liao, and others shared a common language. For generals from the north, they didn't understand what education was, but they knew how to kill the Hu people. Naturally, after some exchanges, the relationship between the two sides became much closer. After Zhe Zhaoyang and his men arrived in Yanzhou, Chen Shiyi and Guo Jie, without any further hesitation, began to seize the land of Yanzhou. On the other hand, they began to exchange supplies with Lu Buletin's side, packing up and sending Lu Buletin all kinds of arrows, weapons, armor, food, and related intelligence. What is this? Chen Shiyi looked at the thin paper book that Guo Jie handed him, puzzled. Why did he suddenly give him this? When we were handing over supplies earlier, someone gave me this item and asked me to pass it on to our Lord. But as you know, I can't return to Mount Tai anytime soon, so I had to pass it on, Guo Jie said with a shrug. What does it say? Chen Shiyi asked curiously. How would I know? The other party said it was something he owed to our Lord, but he was blind back then and misjudged our Lord, so he felt ashamed and hoped I would pass it on, Kuoju said indifferently. Originally, he didn't want to get involved in this kind of trivial matter, but seeing that the other party was quite magnanimous, Kuoju still accepted it. Oh, let me take a look and judge whether it's important or not before handing it over to Lord Sund, so as not to waste his time. With that, Chen Shiyi casually opened the book that Kuoju had given him. Chen Shiyi quickly finished reading the book, which contained only tens of thousands of words, and his initial confusion about how to deal with the northern nomads vanished instantly. The way of the hegemon, the way of the king, the way of benevolence, the various schools of thought, Confucianism, law and rights, the great unification, so that's how it is. Internally, it takes the idea of the great unification as its core, and the law and rights as its unchanging foundation, drawing nourishment from the ideas of all schools of thought. Chen Shiyi muttered to himself. Even if 100 schools of thought contend, they cannot break the unified pattern. The foundation of the unity of law and rights will remain unchanged for 10,000 generations. The so-called hegemonic way and the kingly way are just external appearances. Chen Shiyi was completely shocked by the person who wrote this book. Conversely, the same principle applies. Tyranny crushes the backbone of the Hu people, benevolence conquers their minds, and compassion earns their gratitude. Then, the 100 schools of thought are applied to cleanse them, followed by the constraints of law and ritual, until finally, the Hu people are gone. Chen Shiyi silently comprehended this philosophy. It was essentially a proactive method of turning enemies into benevolent forces. Chapter 663 The way of the overbearing king and the way of the benevolent also depend on the person. Chen 11's praise also piqued Kuoju's interest. After Chen Shiyi took the blame, Kuoju also reached for the book, quickly flipped through the contents, and began to think. Soon, he had a thorough understanding of the entire content. You've misunderstood, Kuoju said after returning the book to Chen Shiyi. How could that be? My comprehension isn't that bad. Chen Shiyi glared at Kuoju unhappily. You've misunderstood the teachings in this book. Your understanding of internal matters is fine, but your understanding of external matters is wrong. The domineering nature described in this book is not the same as your understanding of its depth, Kuoju said, curling his lip. This book was given to him by someone from Lu Buletin's side, so that person must be with Lu Buletin. How could the so-called domineering nature be as simple as just beating someone into submission? There's no problem. Chen Shiyi clearly didn't understand what Kuoju was saying. I've noticed that you sometimes seem a bit distracted. This book was sent from Lu Buletin's side, which means the person is definitely with Lu Buletin. What do you think his domineering nature means to the Hu people? Kuoju rolled his eyes and said. He sometimes found it strange that Chen Shiyi was so absent-minded about small things. Chen Shiyi instantly understood that the book was sent from Lu Buletin's side, which meant that the author of this book intended for Lu Buletin and Gongsun Zan, the most ruthless of the ruthless factions, to carry out the so-called domineering policies. After realizing this, Chen Shiyi was instantly dumbfounded. Gongsun Zan and Lu Buletin were not fighting the Hu people in Yuzhu and Bingzhou. They were clearing maps of one place after another. What do you mean by domineering or ruling? Everyone was dead. What kind of nonsense is this? That's it, Kuoju said with a smile. What we want is to leave no trace of life in our path, that is true tyranny. Only such actions can make them kneel down. This person truly understands the habits of the Hu people. He also understands the so-called individualized teaching. Kuoju's smile was extremely eerie, making Chen Shiyi feel a chill. So-called education is just the standardization of body and mind. Since standardization is impossible, let them die. The more they die, the more the living will naturally become standardized. Anyway, they believe in the law of the jungle. We set the rules, and they abide by the rules. That's the way of the king. Kuoju laughed heartily at this moment, but Chen Shiyi felt a chill deep in his bones. The so-called benevolence. A glimmer of hope under the butcher's knife is the greatest benevolence. Kuoju stared at Chen Shiyi and slowly uttered his theory. Chen Shiyi felt completely dumbfounded. This was an explanation, but it seemed perfectly correct. Are you sure that's what they mean? Chen Shiyi asked, twitching his lips, suddenly realizing that Guoju's level of understanding was incredibly profound. It's certain. No matter what, the return of Marquis Wen to the north won't change one thing. His conflict with the Hu people is inevitable. And with Chen Gongda's wisdom, he must know that stopping the killing with killing is the best option. After all, raising that banner means either death or success. It's just the way things are. Kuoju's cold gaze swept over Chen Shiyi before he slowly spoke. Kuoju's words left Chen Shiyi speechless. His so-called education truly was a systematization from body to mind, and indeed, a personalized approach to teaching. However, this method of teaching according to aptitude is truly unprecedented, and the author of the book must be no ordinary person. Zishuang, you are too merciful. Sometimes you shouldn't hesitate over trivial matters. I don't believe you haven't considered dealing with the Hu people, but your methods are too lenient. Don't harbor any illusions about dealing with unreasonable Hu people. If you don't eliminate them today, they will surely cause trouble in the future. Kuoju turned to Chen Shiyi and asked with utmost seriousness. Although Kuoju was in the Central Plains, he was aware of the seriousness of the northern border troubles. In fact, at the end of the Han Dynasty, all the wise men in the world could see that the Hu people had covetousness towards the Central Plains, but none of them paid much attention to it. In the eyes of these people now, the Hu people's desire to invade the Central Plains is at most like that of Tan Shiwei when he invaded the border, something they would eventually swallow and then spit out. If these people had known about the later 5 barbarian invasions, the entire northern frontier would probably have been massacred. The Han Dynasty at that time possessed such power. Chen Shiyi smiled bitterly. Although he hated the Hu people, he really couldn't bring himself to order the extermination of millions of them. Not everyone had the mentality of Gongsun Zan, who could wipe out hundreds of thousands of Hu people without batting an eye.
Chen Xi preferred education, first subduing them through beatings, then reforming them through labor and dismantling them, and finally assimilating them slowly. He built a city on the grasslands and spent 3 generations gradually absorbing the Hu people, which was at least not too bloody.
Zishuang, the Hu people are fickle and untrustworthy. When a country is strong, they are obsequious, but when a country is weak, they are arrogant and unreasonable. I'm sure you understand this well, Kuoju said calmly. Even if the Xiongnu become the Han Xiongnu, they are still the Xiongnu in essence. The Han court's education has no effect on them whatsoever, so why don't we try a different approach and use their methods to educate them? The mistakes of the weak must be repaid with their lives, and only the strong have the dignity to admit their mistakes. Kuo-ji continued to speak to himself, completely ignoring Chen Shiyi. Repay kindness with kindness, and repay injustice with justice. Killing for one's brothers, friends, rulers, parents, and teachers is something that is recognized by law and propriety. Therefore, national and family feuds should be washed away with bloodshed within the framework of law and propriety. Kuo-ji's indifferent voice appeared in Chen 11's ears. Chen Shiyi was speechless. He suddenly realized that the logic seemed to be correct, the regulations seemed to be correct, and the problem was actually with himself. He had misunderstood the legal concepts of this era. Since they are so fickle, why bother with education? Just kill them. It's impossible for all the members of a race to be fearless. If we keep killing, they will naturally obey your orders. We have the strength, why waste our energy? They are not from the Central Plains, why do we need to do this? Kuo-ji was indifferent but also realistic. I understand. After all, it is a matter of national and personal vendettas, so it should be this way. Chen Shiyi sighed inwardly. His thinking was always out of step with this era. Although he continued to learn more, he still couldn't treat human life as worthless as Guoji and Jiasu, even if that person was an enemy. Zishuang, you need a concept of better to kill the innocent than let the guilty go free when it comes to foreign enemies. It is moral for you to show mercy to the people of the Central Plains, but you don't need to do that to the Hu people. They deserve to die. Kuo-ji said mercilessly, extremely dissatisfied with Chen Shiyi's leniency. If you say should be killed, hundreds of thousands of heads will roll, Chen Shiyi sighed. Without these hundreds of thousands of casualties, my Han dynasty can enjoy 10 more years of peace. Kuo-ji laughed so freely. Why be merciful to the enemy? Okay, I understand. I guess I'm not suited for this. Chen Shiyi sighed and said nothing more. He knew his strengths and weaknesses. If he couldn't do it, he simply couldn't. Chapter 664 Variables. Let us go, Manchange. I'll take you away from Shenyang to follow Lord Cao. Although you made mistakes, you dared to admit them, which makes you a wise ruler. I have nothing more to teach you, Li Jin said to his cousin. After so much time has passed, Li Dian has become able to accept the deaths of his father and cousin. Of course, the hatred has not disappeared, but it has been buried deep in his heart and has not been expressed. All right, let us go to Lord Cao's place now, Li Dian nodded and said. Li Dian was unaware of the situation in Yanzhou. Although he knew that Yanzhou had been occupied by Lu Buledin, the Li family was not a powerful clan, and the deaths of Li Dian's father and brother had severed their connection with Cao. Chen Gong was too lazy to cause trouble for such a family, which allowed Li Jin to continue living in Shenyang County with Li Dian. Li Jin also wisely refrained from causing trouble for Lu Buledin, whose strength was greater than he had imagined. Sigh, you should read more military books, Li Jin sighed. He didn't have a good solution for Li Dian either. Although Li Dian was quite intelligent, After he worked hard to reach the peak of qi refining, he was unable to enter the stage of internal qi leaving the body. This barrier had killed countless people. Thank you for your guidance over the past year, cousin. Li Dian bowed deeply to Li Jin, still not quite understanding just how strong his cousin was. No need to thank me. My Li family of Shenyang needs a prominent figure, and that person can't be me. So I'll try my best to teach you. But unfortunately, I don't have Tong Yuan's extraordinary abilities to elevate you to the level of internal energy separation, Li Jin sighed. Although he had the strength, his limitations were too great. To have achieved what I have today is already a blessing. How could I dare to hope for more? Li Dian was content with his lot and showed little dissatisfaction. Alas, although your command of troops is strong, it will still be extremely difficult to kill Zhao Yun and avenge your father and brothers. This is all I can teach you. Li Jin looked helpless. He was also conflicted. In Li Jin's view, although Li Dian's military strategy was already quite good, and he was certainly capable of being an army commander, the opponents were getting stronger and stronger. Over the past year, Zhao Yun's strength had been slowly rising, and this rise was comprehensive in terms of military command, albeit slowly. However, Zhao Yun's abilities were constantly improving. To be honest, after Li Qian and Li Zheng died, Li Jin used special methods to observe the strength of all the civil and military officials under Liu Bei's army. He focused on those generals with internal energy separation level. Compared to Guan Yu's strength increasing with each battle, and Zhang Fei's strength increasing significantly with each defeat, Zhao Yun's situation is quite strange. Zhao Yun's strength increases almost linearly, meaning that Zhao Yun's strength seems to increase at a constant rate while eating and sleeping.
Even if Li Jin didn't realize it at first, he eventually figured it out, though you might have a divine stone inside his body. And now the power of the divine stone was slowly increasing Zhao Yun's strength.
Speaking of this, we have to mention Zhang Fei. In Li Jin's eyes, Zhang Fei was an extremely monstrous existence. While it seemed Zhang Fei's strength increased through cultivation, based on Li Jin's understanding using magic, the actual increase wasn't that significant. Instead, Zhang Fei's strength would increase considerably after a major battle. For example, in the recent battle between Zhang Fei and Lu Buledin, someone of Li Jin's level could clearly sense the impact of that battle, and based on the information gathered afterward, Zhang Fei's strength increased more after that defeat than he had in the previous 3 years of training. According to Li Jin's estimation, under these circumstances, once Zhang Fei has fully absorbed this growth, he should be able to retreat unscathed from facing Lu Buledin. Li Jin also understood that as Zhang Fei's strength increased, the more difficult it was to be defeated, the slower his strength would increase. It could even be said that Zhang Fei could fight Lu Buledin to a draw in at most 3 major battles, but after that, Zhang Fei might find it difficult to make any further progress. In the next 3 battles, one would likely be a defeat with a clean retreat, another would be a narrow defeat, and the third would probably be a close call. Although Li Jin had doubts about his own conjecture, the facts were not far off. Under the Hulao Pass, the gap between Zhang Fei and Lu Buledin was vast. When they met again, Zhang Fei could see through Lu Buledin's true strength, but he couldn't withstand Lu Buledin's abnormal strength. As for the third major battle that was supposed to take Sushu, it was blown away by Chen Shiyi, that big butterfly. It should be noted that on that occasion, Lu Buledin and Zhang Fei fought for over 100 rounds. Although Zhang Fei was no match for Lu Buledin, he managed to escape unscathed. Lu Buledin did not dare to pursue him and fight to the death, because at that time Zhang Fei had the means to fight to the death. Later, during the Battle of Sushu, Zhang Fei had already acquired the fighting ability to fight Lu Buledin 1-on-1. Although he still couldn't win, he was able to suppress Lu Buledin with the momentum of the army. In other words, at this time, Zhang Fei's strength was only slightly inferior to Lu Buledin's. The problem is that Zhang Fei never had the chance to have a fair fight with Lu Buledin, whether in this life or the previous one. In the previous life, Lu Buledin died after their fourth encounter. In this life, after their second encounter, Lu Buledin will return to Bingzhou in the north, so there probably won't be another chance for a final, fair battle. Of course, this refers to the theoretical situation. After all, Lu Buledin never let go of his obsession until his death in his previous life. In other words, Lu Buledin's peak strength was the fighting power he had when he fought Zhang Fei for the second time. Later, when Ma Chao and the others grew up, they would definitely have the same fighting power as Lu Buledin when he encountered Zhang Fei for the second time. However, by then, Lu Buledin's era had passed, and the level of strength was no longer what it was during Dong Zhou's time when Lu Buledin was the only one in the world. At that time, if you randomly picked Guang Yu, Zhang Fei, Ma Chao, or Su Chu to face Lu Buledin at Hulao Pass, it was still uncertain who would kill whom. The fighting power of the dead is forever limited to that moment. As long as you are alive, there is hope to surpass it. It's that simple. However, it's a pity that Lu Buledin lived longer in this life. His obsession was shattered, and he had a more stable mind to control his strength. His level has changed. This is why Li Jian didn't go looking for trouble with Lu Buledin. It was simply because he couldn't afford to offend him. Despite his strength in releasing internal energy and his considerable Taoist skills, Li Jian estimated that he would be carried away in at most 50 moves against Lu Buledin. "Let's go, Manchenj," Li Jian called out to Li Dian. He didn't tell Li Dian that Shenyang County was being taken over by Lu Bei's army, and that the person who came to take over was Zhao Yun. Moreover, Zhao Yun was stronger than Lu Buledin and could kill him faster. In terms of killing someone weaker than himself, Zhao Yun had a clear advantage over Lu Buledin. "Alright, cousin, shall we go directly to Silai, or go to Sun Shishong's place in Shenliu first?" Li Dian asked after leaving home. Chapter 665 National Destiny. "Let us go straight to Silai, where CAO's opportunity lies," Li Jian said with a smile, unaware that a white line was surging towards the gate of Shenyang County. "Hey, who are these white horses?" Li Dian, with his sharp eyes, rode his horse over and immediately spotted the white horse retinue at the city gate. Then, the large Zhao sign made him instantly realize who they were. "Zhao Yun." Li Dian gritted his teeth and stared at the handsome man riding a white horse under the big banner opposite him. Although the man was twice his age, he looked almost as young as him. "Let's go." At this moment, Li Jian also saw Zhao Yun, but his expression was extremely calm, because he knew that he absolutely could not show any other thoughts now. Once he affected Li Diang's mentality, the Li family of Shanyang would probably be wiped out. Zhao Yun frowned as he looked in Li Diang's direction. He had sensed a murderous intent in that direction earlier, but upon closer inspection, he only saw a group of merchants loading goods. If it were a ruthless person like Lu Buledin, he might have gone over to inquire directly, but Zhao Yun did not have the mindset of better to kill the innocent than let the guilty go free. I am Zhao Yun, a general under the command of General Zhendong. I have come to take over Shanyang. Where is the prefect? Zhao Yun put aside his pursuit of that trace of killing intent and began his official duties. For Zhao Yun, occupying Shanyang was far more important than finding an enemy who dared not show his face. His strength gave him unparalleled confidence.
Soon, Zhao Yu, the governor of Shenyang, appeared before Zhao Yun with the official seal. Zhao Yun simply ordered the posting of notices to reassure the people, send people to survey the household registers, redetermine the land area, and open the granaries to distribute grain.
Let's go. Li Jin, along with Li Dian and a group of Li family members, prepared to leave. Chen 11's consistent policy towards the local powerful families was, if you want to leave, then leave, if you don't want to leave, then obediently abide by the policy. This team. Zhao Yun frowned as he watched the Li family escort their wealth and supplies out of the city. He could tell that the team transporting the money and supplies was clearly of military origin. General, this army belongs to the Li family of Shanyang, the largest family in our Shanyang commandery. They used to have a very close relationship with Governor Cao. Zhao Yu stepped forward to explain as soon as he saw the doubt on Zhao Yun's face. The Li family of Shanyang. Zhao Yun tilted his head. Never heard of them. Let them be. Even with his excellent memory, Zhao Yun wouldn't remember the name of the soldier he casually killed. So strong. After leaving the city, Li Dian felt a wet patch on his back. Even a casual glance from Zhao Yun gave him a feeling of being unable to match him. He is more than just strong. In the world today, only Lu Buledin can definitely beat him. I am afraid no one else can defeat him. Li Jin exhaled a breath of turbid air and said, "Let us get out of here quickly." But this time Lu Bei is so lax and hasn't investigated properly. They probably don't care about us at all. What is incredibly important to us is just a trivial matter to them. Li Dian understood people as thought processes better than Li Jin. After all, if it weren't for the Li family's burden, Li Jin and Zhou Ci wouldn't be much different. That is true. Li Jin nodded and said, but Yanzhou has become Lu Bei's territory after all. We should leave as soon as possible. I can already see the dragon's fortune in the northwest. Li Dian twitched his lips. What bothered him most over the past year was Li Jin's occasional ramblings about things like dragon luck, destiny, and fate. He didn't really believe in these things at all. Don't worry, we'll be back sooner or later. Yuan Shao's destiny is far stronger than that of the Han dynasty. Yuan Shao is destined to win. Although Lu Bei is strong, he is merely borrowing the remaining dragon fortune of the Han dynasty, far inferior to Yuan Shao's destiny. Li Jin glanced at a place in southern Ji province and said with a confident expression. Then he looked towards Mount Tai, where there were indeed signs of a rising dragon. However, compared to the dragon's destiny that Li Jin had previously discovered on the border of Jianyan provinces, that destiny, almost comparable to the fate of the nation, was hidden and unseen. Was this saying that Yuan Shao's current situation was merely a hidden dragon in the abyss? If Li Yu knew where Li Jin was looking, he would probably be shocked. The two Xianyuan cauldrons that Li Jin forged were buried in that location, and the dragon's fortune lingered above them. This is what it means to turn a fake into a real thing. If Li Yu were to dig these two things out now, no one would believe him even if he said they were forgeries. This is also because Li Yu's skills are not proficient. After all, he knows everything, including feng shui and fortune. The place he buried was indeed a good place for faking it. As luck would have it, in order to create the truth, Li Yu carefully selected the location where the two Xianyuan cauldrons actually disappeared. Although the Xianyuan cauldrons have disappeared, the dragon's fortune is still suppressed beneath them, and the divine stone that fell there has become a new object of reliance. If Li Yu does not dig it up, a more powerful jade than the He Shibai will be born there every few hundred years, capable of suppressing the nation's fortune. After all, the He Shibai could only suppress for 300 years. If this one had truly become a beautiful jade, it could have suppressed for 600 years. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. Li Yu dug it up and buried the cauldron as well, and now this is the situation. It is said that Li Jin discovered this by accident using the magic of the Taiping Qingling Dao. Otherwise, even monsters like Zhou Xi and Nanhua would have had difficulty detecting it when they flew over that area, because the dragon energy was bound inside the cauldron. In other words, although this cauldron is still a forgery, it has the same effect of suppressing the fate of the nation as the legendary Xianyuan cauldrons. One cauldron lasts for 300 years, which is much better than the 9 cauldrons of Yu the Great, each lasting for 100 years. The Zhou King gave one to the state of Lu, and as a result, he only had 800 years left to live. Of course, if this were dug up, even if you said it wasn't, there would be plenty of people who could prove it was the real thing. The Taoists like Zhou Xi weren't blind, they could tell the difference. Besides, the fake ones had the same effect as the real ones, so no matter how you argued, it would be useless. It's important to understand that the period from Emperor Wu's reign to the fall of the Han dynasty was exactly 300 years of national fortune. In metaphysics, this is the 300 years of national fortune inherent in the Xianyuan 3 cauldrons. After all, let's not talk about the situation in the later years of Emperor Wu's reign. So, if we really want to dig out 600 years of national fortune, we have to fight tooth and nail. Of course, this is also why Li Jin saw that place as having a prosperous national fortune. The reason is too simple, it comes with 600 years of national fortune. How could a normal emperor have more national fortune than this thing? Generally speaking, the founding generation of generals and ministers only adds up to a few decades or 100 years. Speaking of this, it must be said that Chen Shiyi actually carries 100 years of national fortune with him. Every year he lives brings a year of national fortune, which is equivalent to the 9 tripods of Yu the Great. Moreover, if he is lucky, he can extend it.
This is why the dragon's fortune of Mount Tai sometimes appears in one shape, sometimes in another, and sometimes even wanders around randomly, because Chen Xi is running around everywhere, and the national fortune follows him around everywhere.
However, if one doesn't leave Mount Tai for a long time, the dragon's fortune of Mount Tai will still look relatively normal. But if one is separated from Liu Bei for a long time, the dragon's fortune of Mount Tai might lose its shape and turn into a golden cloud again. Chapter 666 The Battle of Guangzhong. In short, if Li Yu were to dig this thing up after a while, he'd probably be blinded by the sight, and he'd probably even doubt whether he buried it himself. Meanwhile, Chen Shiyi, along with Zhao Liang, was directing troops to build a new city in Linyi, Yanzhou. At this stage, they had to rush the construction. Chen Shiyi wasn't stupid either. After this snatching of food from the tiger's mouth, the conflict between Yuan Shao and Liu Bei was basically out in the open. The battle to establish the dynasty in the north was already in its countdown. The two sides could clash at any time and start a battle that would determine their fate. Kong Ming, Yuan Zi, go and select the able-bodied men from the Black Mountain Yellow Turbans. They've been resting for over half a month, and those with health problems should have recovered by now. Select the able-bodied men to form a military settlement and clear the land on the spot. Chen Shiyi estimated the timeline and then turned to Zhao Liang to say this. To be honest, Zhao Liang already knew almost everything he knew, so he no longer needed Zhao Liang to follow him around and learn. Yes, Zhao Liang said with a fist and palm salute. I will go and call Shazi here. The construction of Linyi should be entrusted to Shazi for supervision. Zishuan, you should maintain your integrity of not meddling in matters outside your official position. Alright, stop joking. I just came to check on the progress and maybe have a chat with Zhang Yan, Chen Shiyi said with a smile. If Chen Lan hadn't wanted to come here, Chen Shiyi wouldn't have bothered with the construction of Linyi. As for contacting Zhang Yan, it was just to meet this yellow turban who had left a considerable name in history and whose life had been spared. Many of the lower ranks of the yellow turbans behaved improperly, but at the very top, whether it was the two from Qingzhou or this one, they were indeed men of integrity, Zhao Liang said with a sigh. He hadn't been without suspicion that the matter of the Qingzhou Grand Commander was a setup, but with so many twists and turns, he had no choice but to believe it. Many righteous people are from humble backgrounds, they don't have the habit of looking before they act, Chen Shiyi sighed. As they were talking, Zhang Yan and Wang Xiu appeared before Chen Shiyi. After all, Zhang Yan had surrendered and was quite righteous. He was quite capable, and with past transgressions forgiven, Zhang Yan had managed to obtain a minor military rank. However, it was uncertain whether the higher UPS would approve it, though it shouldn't be a problem. What Chen Shiyi didn't know was that the problem wasn't how big it was, but that the imperial decree couldn't leave Silai. Fenzhou and Guosi were already clashing with Cao and Lu Yet, and the previous batch of Zhang Ji and Yang Feng had already fallen. Zhang Ji was initially facing off against Lu Yet, and Hua Xiong was also an acquaintance of Zhang Ji. The fight quickly turned to old grievances, and neither side showed much anger. Lu Ye's presence was merely a gesture. As a member of the imperial family, his coming to defend the emperor was a statement in itself, so he didn't mind wasting time and was more focused on upholding righteousness. Thus, Zhang Ji's side fought a relatively uneventful battle. The problem was that Zhang Ji's health was failing, and one day his old illness relapsed. so he informed Hwasong and ordered that 1,000 elite Ziliang cavalry be sent to Hwasong. When Zhangji left, he didn't dismantle the main camp. The grain and supplies were left there. He led his army directly back to Chang'an, now that he had the Zhengguo Canal in hand. The Guangzhong plain was not short of food. At Zhangji's level, he wasn't living for himself, but entirely for his nephew. During Dong Zhou's time, he plotted against Jiasu for Zhang Xiu's sake. Previously, he had Zhang Xiu give his all for Zhang Xiu's sake as well. And now, out of old friendship, his friendship with Hwasong is still for Zhang Xiu's sake. Although Zhang Ji was well aware that the situation in Guangzhou was excellent, he still harbored a lingering worry. That was, they lacked true strategists. Even though Zhou Yao was intelligent, Zhang Ji felt it wasn't enough, because Zhou Yao wasn't one of their own. In Zhang Ji's mind, a true confidant had to have done something bad with him. Hwasong was loyal and righteous, and he was Zhang Ji's comrade in arms. They had all shared meals together, so Zhang Ji could trust Hwasong. This is why Zhang Ji gave his own guards to Hwasong after learning that all of Hwasong's guards had been wiped out. He firmly believed that if he died one day, his nephew would be left destitute and Hwasong would definitely lend a helping hand. And now that Hwasong was doing well under Liu Bei, he could naturally protect Zhang Xiu. Although Zhang Ji understood that with Li Ju and others around, it was unlikely that Zhang Xiu would be left without support, he still made this choice. Lu Ye was very perceptive, so he quickly guessed Zhang Ji's thoughts, but he didn't say anything. In his view, this was a great opportunity. Zhang Xiu's strength was not weak. Although Lu Ye couldn't see it, Hwasong had given him an evaluation that he was far superior to him. After Zhang Ji withdrew, Yang Feng was instantly killed. Cao, a master strategist, seized the opportunity presented by Yang Feng's weakened defenses and launched a surprise attack on his army. Cao, having won the battle, pursued Yang Feng relentlessly and inflicted a crushing defeat on him. After Yang Feng stabilized his camp, Cao sent someone to persuade Su Huang, which succeeded in one fell swoop. Cao then launched another attack. Without Su Huang, Yang Feng could no longer resist. In the end, Yang Feng barely managed to lead his routed troops to escape, but Su Huang had already been recruited by Cao.
After Yang Feng and Zhang Ji retreated to Chang'an, Fan Chou and Gusi immediately led their troops to block the two armies of Cao Cao and Lu Yi. However, this time Fan Chou was not as easy to talk to as Zhang Ji. He had nothing to discuss with Hwasong and started fighting directly.
However, compared to the fierce battle between Gusi and Cao, Fan Chou, out of consideration for old friendships, did not act ruthlessly. Gusi did not say anything about this. For example, even though it was Zhang Ji's withdrawal that caused Yang Feng's collapse, Li Ju brought ginseng to visit Zhang Ji, while criticizing Yang Feng. The soldiers of Ziliang may not understand much else, but they know very well who their own people are. Uniting their own people and suppressing the enemy is the key to long-term stability. Yang Feng clearly did not belong to the Western Yang forces, but was considered part of the Yang family's forces. In that case, Zhang Ji's retreat and the destruction of the Yang family would be a move that would benefit Li Ju. Besides, Zhang Ji had relapsed into his old ways. Did he really want to lead troops into battle again? Thus, the Ziliang army clashed with Cao, and Sun Yu's schemes finally unfolded in this major battle to blockade Guangzhou. With Yang Fengbei sending away a general, Cao finally realized that the Yang family still retained a last shred of strength. Although not strong, it was enough to turn the tide under certain circumstances. The rest depended on the performance of Sima Lang and Zhong Yao. Only Li Zhu and Zhang Ji's troops remained in Chang'an. Whether Sun Yu's plan succeeded or not depended on whether the chaos in Chang'an could be achieved. Cao silently pondered each step of his plan, no longer as carefree as when he held Yan province and commanded 10,000 troops. Now, he was extremely cautious before every battle, making the most of every ounce of his strength. Especially after Liu Bei's army appeared in the distance to come to the aid of the emperor, Cao became even more cautious. Chapter 667 The Loyal Faction of the Han Dynasty. Compared to Cao's caution, Liu Ye was much more casual. Although, without his notice, one of Cao's troops had been overlooked by him, or rather, that one of Cao's troops had been overlooked by everyone, there was nothing he could do. That was Sun Yu's innate talent. At this moment, Lu Xie in Chang'an could no longer contain his excitement. He felt that the day when he escaped Li Zhu's clutches and ascended to the throne to command the world was coming soon. Since the Zhengguo Canal was completed last year, Li Zhu has stopped pressuring Lu Xie as much as before. However, Li Zhu not causing trouble for Lu Xie doesn't mean that Lu Xie isn't courting death. After discovering that his living environment was more relaxed and no longer filled with bloodshed and terror, Lu Xie once again had the idea of overthrowing the remnants of Ziliang. He then began to secretly unite with Fu Wang, Dongfeng, and other loyal ministers of the Han dynasty. It is said that not only Yang Biao noticed and warned Lu Xie about his little tricks, but even Li Zhu noticed them. However, in order to ease the conflict between him and Lu Xie, before things escalated, he only gave him a couple of light reprimands. Unfortunately, these people are all brainless diehards. They all think that Li Zhu hasn't noticed anything because he hasn't been acting out like before. As a result, their actions have become more and more obvious, much like the style of whatever we do, the spirits of our ancestors will help protect us. In short, people with brains like Yang Biao and Lu Yu were so frightened that they dared not contact Lu Xie's die-hard loyalists, for fear of lowering their IQs. That would have been one thing, but what made Dongfeng and Wang Zifu even more audacious was that, upon discovering that Yang Biao and Lu Yu did not support their actions, they directly insulted them, calling them unfilial and disloyal to the Han dynasty, and attacked Yang Biao and Lu Yu as enemies as well. It's one thing for these words to criticize Yang Biao, but to criticize Lu Yu almost made Lu Yu die of anger. Of the four Lu, surnamed governors at the end of the Han dynasty, Lu Yu was undoubtedly the most loyal to the Han dynasty. However, after being slandered by Dongfeng and his gang, Lu Yu was so angry that he stopped caring about such trivial matters. In short, the current situation in Chang'an is that Dongfeng and his group of brainless die-hard loyalists believe their opportunity is here, and they are rallying around Lu Xie, encouraging his suicidal actions. They are also incidentally sabotaging their more intelligent comrades. The fact that Dongfeng and his gang, after such reckless actions, have survived to this day is largely thanks to Zhong Yao's help. Of course, Zhong Yao wouldn't dare get involved in such disgusting matters. After all, Dong Feng and his group's behavior was so appalling that becoming their ally could mean being betrayed without a second thought. It's worth noting that even a loyal, renowned, and capable teammate like Lu Yu was treated as an enemy by them, and insulted to his face. How could Zhong Yao dare to intervene? Back then, when King Huai of Chu insulted the state of Qi, Zhang Yi also instigated it. These guys didn't even need to resort to instigation. This clearly demonstrates their superior intelligence. With Zhong Yao's intelligence and his quick, thinking mental talent, he could even put up a fight against a god. However, having a useless teammate is more terrifying than a god-like opponent, especially since there's more than one such teammate. How could Zhong Yao dare to interfere? However, Zhong Yao couldn't let Li Ju wipe out this group, since these guys were good pawns for Li Ju to play with peace of mind. So, he inadvertently made a comment on one occasion, "A bunch of talentless, incompetent, and powerless guys who can only turn their comrades into enemies. What future can they have?" Unsurprisingly, this reached Li Ju's ears. After thinking about it, Li Ju realized that this was indeed the case. So he abandoned the idea of eliminating this group and kept them united around Lu Xie. This way, it was safer. After all, a brainless enemy who is out in the open is much easier to deal with than a cunning enemy hiding in the dark. Afterwards, he found several books by Cai Yong and obtained a new strategy from Zhong Yao, and began to make every effort to befriend the loyal ministers of the Han dynasty who had been attacked by Dong Feng and his group. Although many loyal officials were humiliated by Dong Feng and his group, it wasn't something Li Ju could simply befriend at will. However, Li Ju's actions were open and above board, which Dong Feng and his group could see. Needless to say, Dong Feng and his group went completely mad and targeted the officials that Li Ju tried to befriend. After that, the entire Han court was basically in a dogfight, completely devoid of fighting power. Li Ju was happy with this situation. It was good that things were in chaos and fighting amongst themselves, saving him trouble. Naturally, he had even less intention to deal with Dong Feng and his group. In any case, even Li Ju could see that Dong Feng and his group were more trouble than they were worth. With them united around Lu Xie, there was no need to worry about anything going wrong.
While Zhong Yao's plan seemed to be for Li Ju's benefit, it wasn't easy for Li Ju to get acquainted with those loyal Han officials who had been beaten by Dong Feng. More importantly, in their eyes, the wrongdoers wouldn't be the young Emperor Lu Xie, but only Dong Feng and Li Ju.
In this way, after these two fall, this group of loyal ministers will naturally flock to Lu Xie's side again. These loyal ministers are basically intelligent, capable, and have good judgment. This is the gift that Zhong Yao gave to Lu Xie. At this point, Sun Yu, Hua Xin, Zhong Yao, and others were in a very conflicted position. On the one hand, they were loyal to the Han dynasty, but on the other hand, they also realized that the Han dynasty seemed to be rotten to the core. Sun Yu chose to find a loyal and like-minded person to sweep away the stagnation and restore the glory of the Han dynasty before returning power to the Han dynasty. Hua Xin wandered around and found that the Han dynasty was rotten to the core, so he decisively went to find a wise ruler, while Zhong Yao pinned his hopes on the Han dynasty to save itself. In other words, in Zhong Yao's view, the Han dynasty, regardless of anything else, at the very least required Emperor Lu Xie to demonstrate his ability. This ability did not need to be too great, but at least he had to be able to maintain the empire. Otherwise, if you're a scumbag, why would I work myself to the bone to build this empire for you, only to have you wipe out my entire family and squander the whole fortune before I've even had a few days of peace? What would I have done for you then? Just to get myself killed? Zhong Yao was very realistic and rational. It is undeniable that he was loyal to the Han dynasty, but this loyalty had its limits. He would not blindly follow anyone. He would assist someone if he could, but if he could not, he would only strive to make his own life better. And Zhong Yao had the ability to do so. To be honest, Zhong Yao didn't think highly of Lu Xie. Even if his current actions left Lu Xie with a good hand, giving him a chance to regain power whether Cao or Lu Bei entered Guangzhong later. The problem is that, based on what Zhong Yao knows now, Lu Xie has poor judgment, poor ability, and a cold heart. Whether it is Cao or Lu Bei entering Guangzhong, they will inevitably face Lu Xie's eagerness for quick success. It can be said that all Zhong Yao is doing now is to do his best and leave the rest to fate. Who knows, maybe Lu Xie will come to his senses and the Han dynasty will be revitalized. As for Yuan Shao entering Guangzhong, Zhong Yao considered that the possibility was very small. Lu Bei's troops were there not only to support the emperor but also to ensure that Lu Xie did not fall into Yuan Shao's hands. After all, compared to the trouble that would have caused if Lu Xie had fallen into Yuan Shao's hands, it was more likely that Lu Bei would not go to support the emperor but to stop Yuan Shao. Chapter 668 Eliminate the weeds at the root. Zai, I heard you got married, huh? Kuoju asked Fachhan as he strolled around, and when Fachhan was getting a little annoyed, he suddenly asked him a question. Men should marry when they come of age, and women should marry when they come of age. Isn't that the proper thing to do? Fa Zheng, unsure of Guoju's intentions, said righteously. That makes a lot of sense. Guoju gazed at Lu Buletin's camp and suddenly asked Fa Zheng a strange question. Across from us is Chen Gongta's camp. Would you like to go and see the style of the number one warrior in the world? Number one in the world? Fa Zheng smirked. There really is someone who dares to admit to this title. Aren't they afraid of being beaten to death? Judging from the current situation, it seems that no one can kill him. Kuoju said with a smile, so it is not wrong to call him the number one in the world. Perhaps General Guang, General Zhao, and General Zhang will also have his strength in the future, but he is the only one who can be called the number one in the world. Fa Zheng remained silent. He finally understood what Guoju meant by those words. Even if they had the same potential, it was better to show it as soon as possible. As things stand now, Guang Yu, Zhang Fei, Zhao Yun, and others might all have strength comparable to Lu Buletin when they reach their peak, and many others might even possess that level of power. But what's the point then? By then, Lu Buletin will have already stepped down from the stage. Because everyone possesses such power, it's impossible to determine who is the strongest. Looking back, the martial artist who has long since stepped down from the stage will once again come into view, because only he defeated this group of people. Although they hadn't reached their peak at that time, who would care? He won, You lost, that's all. The best in the world. Fa Zheng frowned and said, sometimes timing is more important than ability. I am at least much luckier than the geniuses of the previous generation. And I am also much luckier than the next generation. I am confident that I am the founding generation, and my footprints will surely be left in the expansion of this world. Kuochya chuckled lightly. Then he burst into loud, unrestrained laughter. 3 years had passed, and Fa Zheng finally understood his meaning from back then. Zai, you are very smart, but your mind is too narrow. Compared to 3,000 years ago, I dare say that our era is the best. We have more advantages than them, Kuochya said, turning around. I will do better than you. Fa Zheng finally said what he had always wanted to say, and for the first time openly and honestly said it in front of Kuochya. We'll see. Kuochya patted Fa Zheng on the shoulder. Well, since you've done better than me, I'll leave the rest to you. I'm going to have a drink. A spring breeze swept by, and Fa Zheng suddenly realized that he had been tricked by Kuochya again, so he walked towards Lu Buladin's camp with a dark face. Strategist, the Prime Minister of Qi, Fa Zai, requests an audience. Gao Shan entered Chen Gong's tent, bowed to Chen Gong, and said, Fa Zai, please come in. Chen Gong nodded after a moment's thought, and soon Fa Zheng was invited to Chen Gong's tent by Gao Shan, who was on patrol. I've often heard people say that the Prime Minister is a young hero who has enriched the entire Qi kingdom in just 1 year. To have the opportunity to meet him today is truly admirable, Chen Gong said, rising to greet him.
Chen Gong wasn't exaggerating. He had thought Cheng Xi was incredibly young when he first met him. He was even more astonished upon seeing Fa Zhong this time, as the matter of Fu Qi was widely known in Ji and Yan provinces. Seeing Fa Zhong even younger than Cheng Xi was a source of great surprise.
Military advisor Chen is joking. Zai's success was merely due to luck. If Chief Clerk Sun had not passed through Linzi, Qi would not be as prosperous as it is today, Fatchen said modestly. In fact, Fa Zheng already had a much better impression of Chen Gong at this point. After all, everyone likes to hear nice things, especially since Fa Zheng was quite proud of the Qi state matter. Chen Gong's words naturally made Fa Zheng feel very pleased. Such convenience requires vision and decisiveness from those in power. Chen Gong smiled and pulled Fa Zheng to sit down, praising Sun Qian's ability to build infrastructure. Now, almost all the warlords in the land are envious. It's practically like he's cheating. In just 1 month, the framework of an inner city at the level of a prefecture-level city has been completed. After a brief chat, the two quickly got down to business. Gongta, I have a great gift to present to your army, Fatchen said with a smile. Zai, please speak freely. Chen Gong said calmly, though he was actually thinking. After all, Liu Bei's side had provided tremendous support for the return north, and now that they were offering a great gift, Chen Gong remained outwardly calm but inwardly weighed the pros and cons. There are many wealthy and powerful families in Yanzhou who are not kind-hearted. I am sure you are aware of our army's policies. These people should be dealt with. However, after learning that our army had entered Yanzhou, these families fled to Shenliu and Guangzhong. Now our army is outnumbered. I ask for your help, sir. Fa Zheng said with a smile. It is said that the families that moved were definitely powerful clans who disliked Liu Bei's military policies. There must have been some families that were not so corrupt, but who cared at this time? Let Liu Buledin take the blame, and the situation in Yanzhou will be much better in an instant. As for causing trouble for Liu Buledin, he immediately went to Bingzhou to take on the great cause. How could they cause trouble for him? All the captured supplies are ours, so I'll take on this task, Chen Gong said without much hesitation. Fa Zheng was slightly taken aback. His biggest concern was that Chen Gong would suspect that Liu Bei's army was deliberately trying to make Liu Buledin's army split up so that they could surround and annihilate Liu Buledin. He did not expect that Chen Gong would not be worried at all. This conclusion was drawn by Vachhan through his spiritual talent. Otherwise, if it were really such a simple matter, why would Vachhan be arguing with Guochya? I believe that Lord Sun's troops would not use this to deceive our army. Of course, if we are deceived, then we are out of luck. Chen Gong also saw the hesitation on Fa Zheng's face, and then laughed and said, "All right, it's settled then. All the captured supplies are yours. This matter is entrusted to you." Fa Zheng didn't think too much about it. It was best to resolve it so simply. "Don't worry, absolutely no one will suspect you. I'm going to rob you openly, so you can rest assured." Chen Gong's words shocked Fa Zheng even more. What he wanted to say was said directly by Chen Gong, which made Fa Zheng feel somewhat wary of the seemingly dull middle-aged man in front of him. "Aren't you worried that by plundering the property of aristocratic families like this, they will hold you accountable in the future?" Fa Zheng asked, puzzled. "So I would like to ask the Prime Minister to give me a copy of all the shady things these families have been hiding." Chen Gong laughed loudly. "I suppose that given Mount Tai's plans for Yanzhou, he should have already prepared this information. No problem, we will entrust all matters to Gongta from now on." Although Vachhan still had some doubts, he did not delve into them further. He found that Chen Gong seemed to have a very thorough understanding of their side. Chapter 669 Hitting a Brick Wall. Fa Zheng turned around and handed over all the information on this matter to Chen Gong, after which the entire Liu Buledin army was mobilized. "Well, it's advantageous, easy, and righteous, so there's no psychological pressure in doing it." Even the rigid and dogmatic Gao Shun, after reading those incriminating materials, felt no psychological pressure in taking action against the fleeing aristocratic families. He led half of the trapped camp and, relying on their amazing mobility, began to frantically attack the aristocratic families fleeing south. As for Zhang Liao, he mainly dealt with the powerful clans advancing northward, while Liu Buledin handled the powerful clans advancing westward. At first, Liu Buledin would show some leniency to the powerful families who blocked his way, announcing the bad things they had done. Those who were willing to support the northern expedition would be spared if they left half of their family property. However, once he started reading their incriminating materials, Liu Buledin couldn't resist the urge to kill them. He discovered that it seemed that all the powerful families had their own ways of dying, and none of them were clean. Later, the straightforward and brainless Liu Buledin became too lazy to stop the aristocratic families and ask them about their dirty secrets. In Liu Buledin's opinion, these aristocratic families seemed to have done all sorts of bad things, so he was too lazy to waste time. he would just kill them when he saw them and steal their things. As for Zhang Liao and Gao Shan, they at least knew that once a family grew large, it would inevitably have other things to do with it. So unless they saw a family that they disliked very much or that was truly heinous, Zhang Liao and Gao Shan would not exterminate them. However, since such families were idealistic, there were not many that would pay to pass through the gates. They needed to have a good reputation. Such actions naturally enraged the powerful clans. Upon receiving the news, they banded together, several families arming their servants and forming several thousand private armies to march south. After all, compared to Lu Buledin and Zhang Liao's armies, Gao Shan's forces numbered only 1,000. Needless to say, Gao Shan's force of only a few hundred men was utterly routed. Their mere 3,000 odd insignificant private soldiers were slaughtered. Their property was also completely looted, rendering negotiations pointless. As for Lu Buledin and Zhang Liao's side, initially someone managed to scatter one of their scout units, but after Lu Buledin and Zhang Liao learned the news and regrouped their army, they easily dispatched them, wiping them out completely.
Later, the powerful families learned their lesson and began to travel alone, gathering their wealth and servants in one place before heading towards their destination. In this way, although they lost their wealth, at least the direct line of the family was preserved, and it wouldn't be too difficult for them to rise again in the future.
However, this plan was discovered by Lu Buledin and his men not long after it was implemented. They began to cast a wide net, using deputy generals to block most of the aristocratic families, while using individual generals to deal with the aristocratic families' direct forces. After all, powerful families wouldn't take too many people with them when they fled. With fewer people, people like Lu Buledin and Zhang Liao would have the power to behead others, leading 20 or 30 men to roam around killing people. There's practically no horse faster than red hair, so it'll be easy for Lu Buledin to ambush people, especially with the border of Yanzhou already completely sealed off. Lord Wen Guang Yu, who had just occupied Jiyan County, encountered Lu Buledin on the main road, who led only 30-odd men. This gave Guang Yu an even deeper understanding of Lu Buledin's lack of cunning. How dare Lu Buledin, with only 30 men, come to confront him, who led a large army? This wasn't confidence in his own strength, it was simply a lack of common sense. He believed Guang Yu wouldn't attack him. I'm here to find someone. Have you seen any suspicious aristocratic families? There are probably over 1,000 of them passing through this area, Lu Buledin asked with a gloomy expression after reining in his horse. What's wrong, Marquis Wen? Guang Yu asked, puzzled. Lu Buledin rushed over to ask about this. Was he crazy? A powerful family ambushed and killed several of my men while my wolf cavalry were out scouting. I'm going to kill them. Lu Buledin said angrily. I'll go find all our scouts and have them report to Lord Wen, Guang Yu said, looking speechless. He didn't refuse, though he was quite surprised that someone would dare to provoke Lu Buledin. Soon, seeing Lu Buledin's agitated expression, Guang Yu summoned all his scouts. Sure enough, one of them pointed out to Lu Buledin that they had previously encountered a private army of over 1,000 men on the abandoned official road leading to Shenliu County. Guang Yu paid no attention to the escape of these aristocratic families, so even though he learned that there was a private army of over 1,000 men, he had no interest in intercepting them. I'm going to kill these guys. Lu Buladin reined in his horse, clasped his hands in a fist salute to Guan Yu, and then led his troops away without waiting for Guan Yu's reply. As they were about to return to Bingzhou, Lu Buladin placed even greater importance on his Bingzhou wolf cavalry, each one bound by his oath. As a result, 6 or 7 wolf cavalrymen were killed and their horses were stolen. Enraged, Lu Buladin personally led the attack. Guan Yu was somewhat stunned. Lu Buladin's arrival and departure were too hasty. After all, they were no allies. Should he lend a hand? Guan Yu thought about it for a while. Lu Buladin leading 20 or 30 men to attack a powerful clan of over 1,000 men was not a problem. Helping him might arouse Lu Buladin's suspicion, so he didn't pay any more attention. Little did he know that the powerful clan had its own formidable enemies, and this time Lu Buladin kicked one of them. Manchange, order the soldiers to form ranks. Lu Buladin has actually caught up. You take charge and command. I will lead the charge. Li Jin pulled on the reins, and the entire Li family army of Shanyang came to a halt. Lu Buladin? Li Dian asked in a panic. How could he have caught up with us? It's probably because we killed his soldiers. But that doesn't matter anymore. Prepare the defensive formation. Lu Buladin doesn't have many men. As long as we can withstand this attack, we'll be in Shenliu County by the time Lu Buladin wants to cause trouble again. Li Jin said calmly, and his calm demeanor reassured the somewhat flustered Li Dian. All right, be careful, cousin. Li Dian immediately ordered his private soldiers to form a diamond-shaped defensive formation, protecting the Li family members in the center, while Li Jin led the most elite private soldiers of the Li family in front. Whoa! Lu Buladin charged ahead, closing the distance to within 100 paces of Li Jin, and coldly stared at him. Did you kill my soldiers? He who kills will be killed in return. Isn't the general trend of the world simply that you kill me and I kill you? Li Jin said calmly. What sharp teeth and claws! But do you think these rabble can stop me? Lu Buladin coldly swept his gaze over the Li family's private soldiers. With his keen eyesight, he naturally understood that the Li family's private soldiers were no less than the guards of ordinary generals and officers. However, since they had killed his men, they had to be left behind. Whether you have sharp teeth or not is not important. What matters is whether you have the ability to do it. Li Jin drew his 3-foot-long sword, and a wisp of pale yellow internal energy extended from his body. Who knows, Marquis Wen might leave his head here today. Chapter 670 Lu Buladin's Trouble. When Lu Buladin saw the internal energy emanating from Li Jin, he knew that it was impossible for him to wipe out this group of people today. As for Li Jin's other nonsense, Lu Buladin did not care at all. Leaving his head behind was something no one in the world could do. However, there was no way Lu Buladin could retreat like this. Even if he couldn't wipe out everyone, Lu Buladin believed he could at least take down most of them. Without another word, Lu Buladin spurred his horse, Red Hair, and galloped wildly as if by telepathy. He swung his halberd directly at Li Jin, while the split light and shadow technique he had learned from Huangzhong created 8 halberd shadows that danced and slammed down on the soldiers in all directions. At the same time, Lu Buladin fully activated his Legion talent, injecting the Legion talent that was originally enough to cover 3,000 people into his 30 Wolf Riders. For the first time since he left Bingzhou, he successfully compressed his Legion talent. The breakthrough not only improved his martial prowess but also demonstrated his leadership. The Legion's talent, covering 3,000 men, was applied to the 30 Wolf Riders. In an instant, all the Wolf Riders were covered with a layer of golden light, and a golden cloud of mist successfully floated above the heads of the 30 Wolf Riders led by Lu Buledin. Clang! Lu Buledin's heavy halberd strike was deflected by Li Jin's scholar's sword. Li Jin then slapped Lu Buledin's halberd with the back of his sword, and a tremendous force knocked Lu Buledin's halberd completely off course. Then, a large number of sword shadows blocked Lu Buledin's halberd light. After a brief exchange, the two were evenly matched, leaving Li Dian astonished. His opponent was Lu Buledin, and his cousin was able to hold his own against him. Such strength was simply unbelievable. Compared to Li Dian's shock, Li Jin already sensed something was terribly wrong. He had tested Lu Buledin's abilities with a single move, employing almost all of magic, secret techniques, and swordsmanship. Yet, Lu Buledin was only evenly matched. If this continued, he'd probably be dead in 50 moves.
Attack with all your might and wipe out Lu Bu's wolf cavalry as soon as possible. This guy is a monster. Just as Li Dian was in shock, Li Jin's convoys came to his ears. They simply couldn't win.
Lu Buledin snorted coldly, gripped his halberd with both hands, and the fiery red inner energy of red hair beneath him merged with his own inner energy. Then, his blood and energy merged into one again. Lu Buledin swung his halberd and collided directly with Li Jin, his whole body transforming into a golden, red light and shadow as he crashed into Li Jin. Similarly, Li Jin went head to head with Lu Buledin, locked in a fierce battle. He knew very well that he had to demonstrate enough strength to make Lu Buledin wary, otherwise his entire Li family might die here today. Break. Although Li Jin had also mastered the internal energy separation technique, there was a significant gap between him and Guang Yu's current strength. He was merely at the same level as Wang Yu and Tong Yuan, having reached the perfection of the internal energy separation stage. However, level is not entirely equivalent to strength. Reclusive masters like Li Jin, Wang Yu, and Tong Yuan possessed numerous secret techniques. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hold out for so long. After Li Jin roared, Huang Guang, who was fighting Lu Buledin to the death, was split in two, and another Li Jin, holding a long sword, stabbed at Lu Buledin. A mere shadow, recording technique. Lu Buledin's face was arrogant, but he couldn't help but be cautious. He had already discovered that Li Jin's internal energy was only at the level of Zhao Yun, but the exquisiteness of his moves surprised him greatly. Moreover, every time he was about to defeat his opponent, the opponent would unleash a new secret technique to turn the tide. However, relying on his secret techniques could only turn the tide, as the difference in strength was undeniable. After Lu Buledin had familiarized himself with the moves in about 10 moves, he could suppress Li Jin again with one move. But Li Jin's secret techniques seemed endless, and he managed to fight back time and time again. With a single slash, he cleaved away the lingering attack aimed at him. Then, as he attacked Li Jin, having caught his breath, launched an attack on Lu Buledin. The two fought fiercely, and Li Jin's hidden treasure was no joke. On one occasion, he even launched 5 attacks at Lu Buledin simultaneously. Unfortunately, due to the vast difference in their strength, even 5 attacks equivalent to ordinary internal energy leaving the body at the same time were merely a flurry of activity for Lu Buledin, not fatal. As a general who has achieved the title of the #1 warrior in the world without possessing any secret techniques or forbidden moves, Lu Buledin relies solely on his formidable martial prowess. Regardless of what moves Li Jin uses, he simply hacks and slashes, shattering Li Jin's techniques one by one. Although he had never been attacked by 5 internal energy detachments at the same time before, 5 weak internal energy detachments that could only appear for a moment were really not enough to take down Lu Buledin. Li Jin grew increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed. Although he hadn't seen any injuries on his body, he knew very well that any blow from Lu Buledin would take away most of his life, killing him in 2 moves. The difference in strength was too great. Although the battle between Lu Buledin and Li Jin was fierce, after killing more than 300 elite private soldiers of the Li family, the battle between Lu Buledin and Li Jin could hardly have any other impact. Their battle had completely broken out and could basically be described as a one-on-one duel. With a loud ding, both Lu Buledin and Li Jin were forced back dozens of steps. Li Jin's white horse was instantly killed by the shock. After retreating dozens of steps, Li Jin tapped the ground several times before standing in the air, staring coldly at Lu Buledin, his eyes filled with an undisguised cold light. Pfft! Lu Buledin spat out a mouthful of blood, and at that moment, all 100 longbowmen that Li Dian had prepared knocked their arrows and fired them in Lu Buledin's direction. Lu Buledin, if we continue fighting, I guarantee you won't be any better than me. You only have less than 10 wolf riders left, and your cloud aura is gone. Li Jin stared at Lu Buledin and said with a cold smile, I still have at least 600 men under my command. The cloud aura will have little effect on you, enough to kill you here. Lu Buledin spat out a mouthful of blood, his breath weakening considerably. He looked at Li Jin and said, You're not doing well either. Your internal organs must all be shattered. I don't believe you can hold on until then. If you can't hold on to that extent, the injury I suffered today is this mouthful of blood, and your Li family will be wiped out by me. You can try. Li Jin stood in the air, raised his long sword, and stroked the blade with his left hand. Unseen by Lu Buledin, Li Jin's long sword had already begun to crumble, and his strength was no longer enough to sustain it. Let us gamble. Today, will you die or will my Li family perish?
Lu Bu hesitated. If Li Jin could be killed easily, that would be fine. However, Li Jin was basically on par with Guan Yu and Zhang Fei with his secret and forbidden techniques. Moreover, Li Jin was ruthless, extremely ruthless. He risked his internal organs to shatter, causing Lu Bu to suffer minor injuries, and Red Hair was also slightly injured.
Lu Buledin and Red Hair were not seriously injured, but their injuries were affecting their performance. If Li Jinzhen could hold on, Lu Buledin might be worn down to death by the ragtag soldiers today. Chapter 671 Another Veteran. Retreat. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Buledin saw that the remaining 9 wolf riders were all wounded and ordered a retreat without further hesitation. He had come for revenge, not to deliver himself to the enemy. Lu Buladin also clearly remembered Li Jin's appearance. This was his biggest failure. He had not only failed to kill his opponent in a one-on-one duel but had also been threatened by him. After Lu Buladin left with the wolf riders and their corpses, Li Jin flew directly to a warhorse and made a gesture towards Li Dian. Li Dian then quickly cleaned up the battlefield and ordered the Li family to leave this dangerous place at full speed. "Brother, are you all right?" After traveling some distance, Li Dian rode over and asked. "Do I look like someone who's all right?" Li Jin said, spitting out blood clots. His long sword shattered into powder, and he fell backward off his horse. "Brother!" Li Dian immediately cried out in panic, and quickly ordered people to lift Li Jin onto the carriage and ordered the doctor to treat Li Jin. Fortunately, those who have internal energy leaving their bodies are basically cockroaches, and Li Jin, who was only left with a breath, quickly recovered. "Manchinj, hurry to Shenliu. Don't worry about my injuries. I'll be fine in 6 months at most. What you need to do is try your best to protect our Li family," Li Jin said with a smirk. His last attack was basically an explosion of all his power, a move that would destroy 3,000 of his own and injure 1,000 of the enemy. However, if he hadn't done that, Lu Buladin wouldn't have been injured. "Brother, are you really all right?" Li Dian asked with great concern. After the deaths of his father and elder brother, this clan brother, who had always kept a low profile, became his only support. Now, discovering that his clan brother could suddenly fight against Lu Buladin and even force Lu Buladin to retreat, Li Dian regarded him as his greatest backer. As long as there's still a breath left after the internal energy leaves the body, it will recover on its own. So you won't die. It's abnormal for an injury like mine to take half a year to heal, Li Jin said, waving his hand. "Hurry up and leave. If that bastard Lu Buladin catches up again, I really won't be able to help you this time. I can only help you one more time at most." Fortunately, the karma from hurting Lu Buladin isn't too serious. This time, Li Dian didn't dismiss Li Jin's words as nonsense as he used to. After confirming that Li Jin was indeed alright, Li Dian immediately ordered his men to abandon their valuables and rush to Shenliu at full speed. After the previous brutal battle, all the discordant voices within the Li family had disappeared. Soon, Li Dian met up with another powerful family on his way. It was clear that the other family had also fought a fierce battle, but their situation was much better than Li Dian's. "How are you, Grandpa Cai?" Li Dian asked, looking at Cai Yang, who had a large wound on his chest. The group they had encountered on the road was the Qin family's retreating convoy, the same Qin Qi family convoy that Guang Yu had killed with 3 blows in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Cai Yang was also with them. Cai Yang, who was known as the ancestor of the sword, was not just bragging. He was in the same situation as Huang Zhong, but even more unlucky. At least Huang Zhong had Zhang Zhongjing in the same city, who managed to raise Huang Su with his internal energy. However, even though Cai Yang's son was kept alive by Cai Yang's internal energy, he still died. Naturally, Cai Yang placed all his fatherly love on his nephew Qin Qi. The Qin family originally planned to head north to join Yuan Shao, but they encountered Zhang Liao on the way, and Cai Yang fought a fierce battle with Zhang Liao. Although Cai Yang won, Zhang Liao retreated unharmed. Cai Yang then realized that if they continued north, Zhang Liao's army might arrive. Therefore, they had no choice but to head west. Heading west, they bumped into Lu Buledin, who had been tricked by Li Jin and was now in a rage. Encountering a fleeing aristocratic family, Lu Buledin attacked without a word. Cai Yang was caught in the crossfire before he could even understand what was happening. Fortunately, Cai Yang's strength was still formidable, and Lu Buledin was slightly injured. They didn't suffer much loss in the fight, but the Qin family didn't have the elite private army of the Li family. They were nearly killed by 9 wolf riders with legion talents. After Qin Chi was injured, Cai Yang was completely enraged. He risked being slashed by Lu Buledin's halberd to get a blow from Lu Buledin's sword. In short, Lu Buledin was unlucky this time and suffered a minor injury. In his frenzy, Cai Yang unleashed a power almost on par with Guan Yu, hacking wildly at Lu Buledin. Even if Lu Buledin were stupid, he would understand at this moment that this old guy was a tough opponent, completely different from the guy who relied on secret techniques and forbidden arts. Fighting this kind of tough opponent would result in serious injury even if he killed him, which was a completely different concept from Li Jin. After hesitating for a moment, he killed several people from the Qin family and forced Cai Yang to retreat. He then retreated with his remaining 9 men. After encountering Lu Buledin, Cai Yang finally realized that things were no longer the way they were 20 years ago when he dominated the world. He had only been in a slump for about 10 years, and now such a monster-level warrior had appeared in the world. Cai Yang could sense that Lu Buledin was actually slightly injured, but the fact that the opponent was still pressing him despite being injured was simply monstrous. What was even more monstrous was that this monster was actually injured himself. Thus, Cai Yang, who had become depressed after the death of his son, once again became interested in this unfamiliar era. The habit of a martial artist is to constantly climb new peaks. After encountering Lu Buledin, Cai Yang couldn't help but recall hearing his nephew talk about how incredibly powerful Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and others were, and how he had once scoffed at his nephew for being ignorant of the world. Looking back now, I realize that times have changed. It's no longer just a handful of people with internal energy leaving their bodies. These are the masters who can fight Lu Buledin. Cai Yang, whose skills are still sharp, has developed a great interest in Guan Yu, who is the strongest swordsman in the last 20 years. After forcing Lu Buledin to retreat, Cai Yang immediately escorted the Qin family to Shenliu at full speed. He did not want to encounter a monster like Lu Buledin again. If it weren't for the Qin family, he wouldn't be afraid, but protecting the Qin family and fighting against a master like Lu Buledin would be beyond the capabilities of anyone. Although Cai Yang knew how to train soldiers, he had never trained a private army for the Qin family because he was still immersed in the pain of the past. After encountering Lu Buledin this time, most of the Qin family's private soldiers were afraid to advance, and some even deserted as soon as they heard Lu Buledin's name. With this, Cai Yang had no more scruples and single-handedly escorted the Qin family's direct descendants to Shenliu. They then encountered Li Dian's team. Unlike Cai Yang, who couldn't sense Li Jin's low spirits, Li Jin's monstrous senses detected Cai Yang after he had approached within 10 miles.
Li Dian immediately mustered his troops to confront Kai Yang, while Li Jin, despite his injury, also went into battle to face Kai Yang. Upon meeting each other, both assumed the other was under Lu Bu's command, and immediately reined in their horses, feeling anxious.
Fortunately, Li Dian was already feeling guilty, and his judgment was sharp. He quickly noticed the difference and immediately inquired, thus avoiding a fight. Otherwise, Li Jin could be in his coffin today. Chapter 672 Returning North. With Cai Yang's addition, Li Dian felt much more at ease. Cai Yang was filled with admiration when he learned that it was Li Jin who had injured Lu Buledin. He had witnessed Lu Buledin's ruthlessness firsthand, and although Li Jin was now basically crippled, his ability to force Lu Buledin to retreat was a testament to his formidable strength. Similarly, Li Jin was also surprised to learn that Cai Yang and Lu Buledin had fought a fierce battle. Although Lu Buledin was injured, his strength was not to be underestimated. Without the hard power of Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, it would be impossible to force Lu Buledin to retreat. Thus, with mutual respect, the Li family and the Qin family quickly joined forces and headed towards Shenliu. As for Lu Bei's side, they did not receive any relevant information. After all, given Lu Buledin's arrogance, he would never want to talk to anyone about the disgusting things that happened that day. Although his defeat had quite reasonable reasons, it did not mean that he could accept such a defeat. So when Lu Bule's army was preparing to intercept Li Jin and Cai Yang's troops and then fairly eliminate them one on two, the Li and Qin families had already entered Shenliu. Just as Lu Buledin was hesitating whether to attack Shenliu to vent his anger, Chen Gong sent a letter urging him to prepare for a return north, because Yuan Shao had already arrived and was launching a large-scale attack on Wei Commandery and Qinghe State in Ji Province, occupying Dong Commandery and Dongping State in Yan Province, and even the northern part of Jiyun. This was the best opportunity for Lu Buledin to break away from Yanzhou and head north to attack the Hu. He could completely abandon Yanzhou, lead his troops north, hand it over to Yuan Shao and Lu Bei, and, relying on the righteous cause he had already gained, still be able to extract some benefits from Yuan Shao without any resistance. After this period of time, once Yuan Shao has fully conquered northern Yanzhou with his absolute strength, they will no longer have the leverage to negotiate with him. At that point, their return to the north will depend entirely on whether Yuan Shao approves or not. Although the possibility of Yuan Shao refusing was practically zero, Chen Gong couldn't just watch the benefits he was about to gain slip away. So, while negotiating with Feng Ji, he began to gather Lu Buledin and his generals to prepare for their return north. He also took the opportunity to issue a final proclamation, calling on like-minded civil and military officials from the Central Plains to join him in the northern campaign against the Hu. Brother Yuantu, what do you think of this? Chen Gong chatted idly with Feng Ji with a smile. Not long ago, when Feng Ji drove to Yanzhou, Chen Gong knew that Lu Bei's large-scale takeover had finally provoked Yuan Shao's reaction. No good, no good. Our army provides your army with a year's worth of rations for tens of thousands of soldiers, and your army is actually treating us like this. Feng Ji flicked his sleeves, seemingly intending to leave, but it was just a gesture. Brother Yuan Tu, let us talk this over. Let us talk this over. Chen Gong immediately reached out and grabbed Feng Ji's sleeve, smiling as he persuaded him. We can talk again. Look at this fertile land of Dongzhan. If our army loosens its restrictions, your army can take over it completely within 3 days without lifting a finger. If it weren't for the fact that he would need to rely on Yuan Shao in the north, Chen Gong would have no interest in Feng Ji. Knowing that Liu Bei would win, why wouldn't he stick with him? Wasn't that just asking for trouble? However, given the current situation, Chen Gong had no choice but to cede Dongzhan and Dongping to Yuan Shao. Otherwise, the northern expedition would inevitably face many setbacks. Gongta, my lord Yuan Jishu is aware of your difficulties, but it is not good for one family's daughter to marry into 2 families. After all, Liu Bei is in the Central Plains, and after returning north, he will hardly have any support. My lord is your army's rear base. I urge you to consider carefully which is more important, Feng Ji said solemnly. The problem is that your army was defeated by the Taishan army before, and our army had no choice but to cooperate with Taishan. I am sure Yuan Tu understands this. We had no say at all and could only listen to what they did. Otherwise, why would my friend Lu Buledin abandon this great central plains and go to that bitter and cold northern land? Chen Gong sighed, wiped away his tears and smiled bitterly. Feng Ji stole a glance at Chen Gong. He was certain that Chen Gong was telling the truth. He had investigated before he arrived. Mount Tai did indeed strongly support Lu Buledin's northern expedition. It could even be said that the entire plan for Lu Buledin's return to the north was orchestrated by Taishan. However, after analysis by Zhu Shao, Su Yu, and others, it was ultimately determined that even if Lu Buledin's return to the north was planned by Liu Bei, it would still be more beneficial than harmful to Yuan Shao. After all, that great righteousness not only bound all the warlords, but also Lu Buledin. If Lu Buledin were to waver under such righteousness, he would only face certain death. No matter how much courage Liu Bei had, he could not win over such a general who would overturn the great righteousness of the nation. In this way, the possibility of Lu Buledin helping Liu Bei would be eliminated. More importantly, according to Su Yu's analysis, given Lu Buledin's strength, it's estimated that he could easily recover 1 or 2 counties, if not completely recover the Hintao Plain. The key issue is that Lu Buledin himself did not have any civil officials capable of managing the counties. Although he had Chen Gong, Bingzhou did not have the kind of powerful families found in the Central Plains, and naturally, it also lacked middle and lower level civil officials capable of governing the counties. In this way, the governance of the counties would eventually fall into Yuan Shao's hands. With more contact with Lu Buledin, once Yuan Shao defeated Liu Bei and then marched north to completely defeat the Hu people, he could accomplish this great cause for Lu Buledin. In this way, subduing Lu Buledin would be a simple matter.
After all, with Liu Bu's fighting prowess, all the warlords in the world were envious. Whether it was commanding troops or his martial prowess, he was a top-notch figure in the world.
After much persuasion from Feng Ji, Chen Gong finally convinced him. Except for Lin Yi, Yuan Shao's army took over Dongzhan entirely within a day, relying on the border of Jishu. Then, they fought with Taishi Ci in Dongping and divided Dongping. Finally, they forcibly seized the northern part of Jiyuan from the north. Although Liu Bei's army was well prepared, it could not withstand the fact that Yuan Shao's Ji and Yan provinces were completely adjacent to each other. In the end, it only managed to accept Jiabei, Renqing, the entire Shenyang prefecture, several counties in southern Jiyuan, and half of Dongping. After receiving the land, both Yuan and Lu restrained their military forces and did not provoke each other. Instead, they quickly began to cultivate the land in Yanzhou in preparation for spring planting. Both sides could feel the shadow of war looming over them. After the summer harvest, a major battle this autumn was inevitable. Meanwhile, Lu Buledin's army had packed their bags and officially begun their return north. The road to the northern expedition had begun. Finally, we're going back to Bingzhou. Lu Buledin's hand holding the halberd trembled slightly, and his red hair seemed to sense Lu Buledin's excitement and galloped away. Yanmen, Zhang Liao's expression became inexplicably resolute, and his inner energy slowly rose and changed at a visible speed. Perhaps Zhang Liao's obsession was very faint, so faint that he himself did not notice it, but standing on the border of Bingzhou, he was still extremely excited. Zhuyuan. Gao Shan's body shone with a white light mixed with a bitter smile. He was finally going back. Chapter 673 The Troublesome Gongsun Zan. Lu Buledin's return to the north was a good start. Shen Pei, who was originally stationed in Yubaping, made a surprising move after reading the relevant intelligence about Lu Buledin's return. After being driven out of southern Yuzhou by Zhu Yi and blocked by Shen Pei, Gongsun Zan could no longer enter Yubaping to attack southward. He had no choice but to occupy Liaodong, a vassal state, and station his troops in Changli to wait for an opportunity to counterattack Yuzhou. Due to Shen Pei's monstrous defensive abilities, Gongsun Zan had virtually no good solutions. Fortunately, Shen Pei did not specifically attack Gongsun Zan. Although Changli was a difficult place, Gongsun Zan gradually stabilized the situation by plundering the Hu people. It is said that Yuzhou and Bingzhou are actually in the same situation. The size of their territories depends entirely on the map and their power. The bigger the fist, the bigger Yuzhou. Now, Gongsun Zan has been forced by Shen Pei to retreat to the northeast. After retreating, Gongsun Zan discovered that he still had territory behind him. As for the border issue, Gongsun Zan's style has always been that wherever I conquer, that's where the boundary line on the map will be drawn. If you're not happy, you can fight back. Of course, Gongsun Zan is no longer as domineering as he used to be, but he has never changed his stance on foreign tribes. He is a hardliner among the iron-blooded faction and has never compromised on the issue of foreign tribes. Losing to Yuan Shao was an accident, but losing to the foreign general Gongsun Zan made him feel he could commit suicide. Without the White Horse Army, at most he couldn't pursue and annihilate them. As long as he still had troops, to the Hu people he was still the invincible White Horse General Gongsun Zan. Although he could defeat the Hu people, the population problem in Yuzhou severely hampered Gongsun Zan's recovery of strength. He had almost exhausted his resources to gather just over 3,000 infantry and cavalry. As for Tian Yu, who was stationed on the border, Gongsun Zan never considered him under his command. That was his last vestige of dignity and duty, and it could not be shaken. Because he was completely blocked by Shenpei, Gongsun-zan, who was located in Changli, had virtually no understanding of the situation in the Central Plains over the past 2 years. He had not even received any news about the previously widely publicized matter of Lu Buletin's return to Bingzhou. From this perspective, Chen Lin and others' support for Gongsun-zan had absolutely nothing to do with Gongsun-zan himself. The parties involved didn't even know that such an event had ever happened after the dust settled. This shows that Gongsun-zan was poorly informed at this time, and it also shows that without a professional intelligence organization, the transmission of relevant information would be slow in this era. In short, things have come to this point, yet the other party involved in the heated discussion is completely unaware of it. Gongsun-zan, currently residing in Changli, is still pondering how to launch a counterattack against Yuzhu.
It's worth mentioning that Gongsun-zan was able to wage war without encountering food problems, largely thanks to Cheng Xi's strong support.
Although Taishan and Gongsun-zan had less contact in the past 2 years, the sea transport line was not interrupted, and Liu Bei's food aid to Gongsun-zan never stopped. Of course, Yuan Shao wasn't stupid. He also sent troops to intercept transport ships at sea. Unfortunately, most of the warriors in Ji province were land-based warriors, while the rest of the army were all landlubbers. They were incapable of fighting at sea, let alone at sea. Furthermore, Yuan Shao had no naval commanders, and his sea ships were merely acting arbitrarily. In the end, he failed to seize Liu Bei's transport ships and instead lost a considerable number of men. After suffering several losses, Yuan Shao simply gave up and let things continue. In any case, according to reliable intelligence from Gongsun-zan, Liu Bei only provided him with material support, not personnel. For Yuan Shao at this point, mere material support would not shake his rule in Yuzhu at all. With Gongsun-zan's limited strength, he could easily manipulate him at will. If there were a way to deal with Gongsun-zan, Yuan Shao would be thinking of sending troops to crush him. Historically, after Gongsun-zan's defeat at Jieqiao, he killed Lu Yu to eliminate any future threat. The people of Yuzhu who supported Lu Yu then rebelled, following the generals and officers under Lu Yu's command. Gongsun-zan, facing food shortages, went all out and began allowing his troops to plunder grain, completely destroying his popular support in Yuzhu. Although Lu Yu was also attacked in this life, he was still alive. After Gongsun-zan calmed down, he did not kill Lu Yu's wives, concubines and family members. Instead, he packed them up and sent them to Mount Tai. Mount Tai then sent them to Chang'an so that Lu Yu could be reunited with his family. At that time, Li Zhu had entered a period of reconciliation, and Lu Yu did not suffer much. In other words, in this life, Gongsun-zan and Lu Yu had political differences and fought each other, but they didn't do anything as crazy as killing a member of the imperial family. Furthermore, the fact that many provincial officials and border generals in the Han dynasty fell out over fighting against foreign tribes was not a big deal. Everyone was used to it. At most, they felt that the central government was making mess of personnel arrangements again, which explained the poor state of the country in the past 2 years. As for the looting of grain by his troops, with Liu Bei's strong support, Gongsun-zan had not yet degenerated to that extent. Therefore, for the people of Yuzhu, it was essentially just a change of governor, and their lives were not affected in any way. As a result, Gongsun Zan maintained his prestige in Yuzhu. This is why Yuan Shao, whose strength far surpasses that of Gongsun Zan, still had to consider how to deal with Gongsun Zan. Killing him was definitely not advisable, but not killing him would be troublesome given Gongsun Zan's prestige in Yuzhu. Didn't you see that there are still many people in Yuzhu who remember Gongsun Zan's kindness? If the attack on Gongsun Zan continues, given Yuan Shao's understanding of Gongsun Zan's character, once there is absolutely no chance of victory, that scoundrel Gongsun Zan will definitely commit suicide out of sheer willpower, and Yuan Shao will not be given the chance to capture him. In this situation, if Gongsun Zan dies, Yuan Shao will definitely have to take the blame. Therefore, Yuan Shao is not attacking Gongsun Zan much now. He is thinking about how to capture Gongsun Zan alive, or how to kill Gongsun Zan without causing public resentment to rise up. Of course, if it comes to the last resort, Yuan Shao will kill Gongsun Zan even if it means public resentment boils over. However, the current situation is not yet at the point where Yuan Shao should make the tough decision to kill Gongsun Zan directly, even though Yuan Shao is prepared to fight to the death.
Shen Pei was basically aware of all these matters. He had also considered getting rid of Gongsun Zan, for example, by using Lu Yu's generals and officers to avenge Lu Yu, or by inducing the Hu people to attack Gongsun Zan. In short, he thought of many methods, but none of them were feasible.
Lu Yu's officers and generals genuinely wanted to avenge him, but Lu Yu and Gongsun Zan were not mortal enemies. After Lu Yu was exiled to Chang'an, he was no longer in a position to govern. Moreover, to prevent his officers and generals from being misled by the Hu people, he issued a declaration at Lu Yan's urging. The gist of it is, I'm still alive and well, you don't need to avenge me. Han people, stay where Han people are, Gongsun Zan will protect you. As for the Hu people, don't bother Gongsun Zan. I appreciate your kindness, but you can't defeat Gongsun Zan, so run. Without me in Yuzhu, Gongsun Zan could start a massacre at any moment. Chapter 674 The Shackles of the Mind. After this declaration was issued, many scholars felt that Lu Yu was truly benevolent, for he did not hold a grudge against Gongsun Zan for the past and even advised his subordinates and the Hu people. In short, Lu Yu's reputation improved considerably. This made Lu Yu, who valued reputation more than life, extremely happy. He lost most of his original intention to argue with Gongsun Zan and focused on building his reputation. Lu Bei and Chen Shiyi were also completely relieved when they found out, and Gongsun Zan's troubles were greatly reduced. This further reduced the number of ways that could be thought of to diminish Gongsun Zan's prestige, making it even more difficult for Shen Pei to finish off Gongsun Zan while guarding Yubaping. Lu Buladin's return to the north gave Shen Pei, who was caught in a dilemma, a glimmer of hope. Although it was extremely difficult, Shen Pei, who was in a dilemma, decided to give it a try after careful analysis. Shen Pei was a decisive man. Once he was certain there was a glimmer of hope, he didn't hesitate much. With his loyalty to Yuan Shao, he handed over the military affairs of Yubaping to Gao Gan and set off. In Changli City, Gongsun Zan stared at the masked man in front of him, whose face was completely covered by a black robe, with a puzzled expression. It wasn't time for the grain transport from Mount Tai yet, Gong Sun Zan thought strangely. When Taishi Xi and Gan Ning took Lu Yu away, Gong Sun Zan's anger towards Lu Bei was almost at its peak. However, after a few days, when Gong Sun Zan's mind began to clear, he realized that Lu Bei's actions were actually to save him. Unfortunately, Gong Sun Zan's unyielding nature would not allow him to admit his mistakes. Even if he knew he had done wrong, it was absolutely impossible for him to admit it. Therefore, Gong Sun Zan thought his relationship with Lu Bei had come to an end. After all, his previous letter criticizing Lu Bei was a severe slap in the face. However, Gong Sun Zan later discovered that Lu Bei had actually explained the reasons to him. Moreover, he proved with his actions that Gong Sun Zan's investment back then was not a mistake. It's easy to add flowers to brocade, but difficult to provide charcoal in the snow. This is why Gong Sun Zan always felt indebted to Lu Bei, especially since he ate the grain that Lu Bei escorted to him every quarter. Gong Sun Zan would silently think about how to repay Lu Bei. How to describe Gong Sun Zan? Rather than calling him a warlord, it's more accurate to say he was a great general. He possessed all the qualities and personality traits a general should have, but lacked the hypocrisy expected of a warlord. Whether in the romance of the Three Kingdoms, historical records, or this world, Gong Sun Zan lent troops to Lu Bei, and never asked Lu Bei to return them. However, compared to the original world, Gong Sun Zan's strength was not at its peak when he lent troops in this world, and he only lent 2,000 soldiers. But from the perspective of friendship, he was already very generous. This is what makes Gong Sun Zan most admirable. He is indeed deeply loyal and righteous. However, as a general, Gong Sun Zan suffers from the same problems as most generals. He is irritable and easily angered. Once angered, he acts without restraint, refuses to admit his mistakes, and will always remember what he owes others. Then one day, he will repay it. These personality traits combined create an extremely contradictory Gong Sun Zan. It was precisely because of his sense of loyalty that he went to repay Lu Bei, because he knew that the greatest support Lu Bei could give him was money and supplies. As for troops, that would only be possible if Lu Bei was prepared for a decisive battle with Yuan Shao. After much deliberation, Gong Sun Zan realized he truly had no chance to repay Lu Bei. He had once been Lu Bei's elder brother, protecting him, but that was no longer necessary. Lu Bei had grown powerful, even more powerful than Gong Sun Zan had been at the height of his power. Gong Sun Zan never cared about repaying kindness in the next life. He valued brotherhood in this life, gratitude and retribution in this life. This was also Gong Sun Zan's greatest pain. He could think of ways to repay Lu Bei, but this went against Gong Sun Zan's long-held beliefs. When Gong Sun Zan was stationed in Changli, he would often look back on his life. Whether it was when he rode his horse across the northern frontier and defeated the Wuhuan, or when the White Horse Cavalry was first established and blood was stained on the frontier, his life could be described as one of joy and revenge. Including all the members of the White Horse Cavalry who died in battle, Gong Sun Zan regretted his decision, but he knew one thing: he did not owe those righteous men anything. The White Horse Cavalry were indeed righteous, drawn by loyalty to Gong Sun Bogui's elite troops. They joined him because of his victory over the northern barbarians, which earned them the respect of the people of Yushu. Their bravery led them to his command, and he brought peace and tranquility to Yushu. The oath, "Heaven is my witness, the white horse is my witness," is a testament to the loyalty of comrades and his bravery. Every member of the White Horse Cavalry was willing to follow him, even with their lives, because he fulfilled the oath of all the righteous followers that with him, Yushu would be safe. Therefore, although Gongsun Zan was heartbroken by the deaths of the White Horse Cavalry, he knew that he owed them nothing. He had fulfilled the final oath for all the cavalry, and in exchange, all the cavalry had entrusted their lives to him. Although he might have regretted it, after defeating the northern barbarians and protecting Yushu behind Yikong never uttered the word regret again. He only lacked one person, and that was Liu Bei. Gongsun Bogui was not stupid, he was just easily angered. Anger makes people lose their way, and Gongsun Bogui's anger made him overlook many things. But that doesn't mean that when he came to his senses, he still didn't know he was wrong. For Gongsun Bogui, repaying Liu Bei was both simple and difficult. It was simple because he had 3万 Yushu infantry and cavalry in the northern frontier and even west of Yubaping. This was his last trump card, which he had already handed over to Tianyu. These infantry and cavalry were known only to him and Tianyu. They were his last line of defense against the Hu people. As for Yuan Shao, there was almost no possibility of him finding out. Unless Tianyu told him himself, these infantry and cavalry would only appear one day when the Hu people broke through the layers of defense and set foot on the land of Yushu. This final defense plan given to Tianyu was actually Gongsun Zan's oath to the people of Yushu and to the White Horse Cavalry. As long as he abandoned his oath to the people of Yushu and the White Horse Cavalry, it would be very easy for him to repay Liu Bei's kindness with those 3万 infantry and cavalry. This was the most difficult thing for Gongsun Zan. He couldn't let go of his oath. The White Horse had been destroyed, but Gongsun Zan couldn't forget his oath to his comrades, nor to the people of Yushu. He couldn't break free from the shackles in his heart.
In fact, Gongsun Zan knew very well that as long as he ordered Tianyu to march south to attack Yuan during the most intense period of the war between Yuan and Lu before his death, it would be enough to repay all the debts of gratitude.
By then he was already dead, and his vows had long since become dust in history. Who remembers that he once stood on the city wall of Jikun and swore an oath that any barbarian who dares to enter Yushu will be killed? It's such a pity. Why did we listen to that bastard Lu Yu's talk of trespassing? We should have just killed them all. Chapter 675. May I ask your ambition? Upon seeing the figure in black, Gongsun Zan was once again lost in confusion. Even now, he still didn't understand what he should do. He couldn't be as ruthless as the warlords, nor did he possess the ability to be two-faced. In a sense, Gongsun Zan was simply a pure military general focused on external affairs. Shen Pei stood calmly before Gongsun Zan. He had entered disguised as Liu Bei's envoy. After confirming that Shen Pei was alone and posed no threat, his guards, Tian Kai and the others, heard that he had important matters to report to Gongsun Zan, so they let Shen Pei in alone to talk to Gongsun Zan in detail. Shen Pei had seen Gongsun Zan many times before, whether it was his high spirits when he conquered the land or his frustration after his defeat at Jaikiel. Shen Pei had witnessed it all. but the Gongsun Zhen who appeared before Shenpei at this moment showed a kind of struggle. Shenpei's struggle was indescribable, completely different from the irritability and anger he had imagined, and it lacked the desolation of a hero in his twilight years. Instead, it was the bewilderment and struggle of someone standing at a turning point in life, unsure whether to step out with their left or right foot. Greetings, General Gongsun. The examiner bowed to Gongsun Zhen with neither servility nor arrogance. Although Shenpei was Yuan Shao's subject, the Han dynasty had not yet fallen. Although the imperial power had fallen into the hands of others, the Lu clan was still powerful. Even if Yuan Shao had other intentions, he was still a Han subject in principle. Naturally, Shenpei would not be disrespectful in this regard. Of course, it cannot be denied that Shenpei approved of Gongsun Zhen's behavior in terms of integrity. Sit down. What brings you here, Sun? Gongsun Zhen was startled by Shenpei's bow. After looking at Shenpei for a long time, he slowly asked, "And why are you alone?" "It is not on Lord Sun's orders. I have come for the general." Shenpei took a deep breath and quickly got into position. "Who are you?" Gongsun Zhen frowned. He didn't remember Lu Bei's subordinate speaking to him like that. Shenpei slowly removed his head and then took off his black cloak. He bowed slightly to Gongsun Zhen, saying, "Shen Zhennan of Jishu greets General Gongsun." Shenpei of Jishu, ha ha ha, Yuan Shao actually dares to send someone to Changli. Gongsun Zhen was stunned for a moment, then laughed and stood up, drawing his sword and thrusting it straight at Shenpei. "Why wouldn't I dare?" Shenpei's expression remained unchanged as he stared at Gongsun Zhen. Since he dared to speak, he was confident he could escape unscathed. To put it another way, even if Gongsun Zhen really made a move, this close distance would be enough for Shenpei to launch a desperate counterattack and eliminate this trouble for Yuan Shao. Gongsun Zhen's fierce sword strike, originally aimed at Shenpei, missed its mark entirely due to Shenpei's calm expression. "Humph." Gongsun Zhen sheathed his sword and sneered at Shenpei, "If you had dared to move before, you would have died by my sword." "I will die by the general's sword." "The general will surely not escape unscathed," Shenpei retorted sharply. "How audacious!" Gongsun Zhen stared at Shenpei and said, "No wonder Yuan Shao was able to hold on to Ji province. There are countless people like me in Ji province, otherwise I wouldn't have risked coming here for advancement." Shenpei calmly uttered these frightening words, placing himself as an unknown nobody. At least to Gongsun Zhen, Shenpei was indeed a nobody. "Get out. Don't come back in without my order." Gongsun Zhen sheathed his sword with a snap, the commotion in the main hall already alerting his officers stationed outside. The officers, however, were immediately dismissed by Gongsun Zhen upon entering. "I'll spare your life since you're a man of some standing. Leave now, and you might even live," Gongsun Zhen said with a sneer after shooing away the guards. "My mission is not yet complete. If I return like this, I will have risked my life to come here. Wouldn't I have become a laughingstock? I might as well not have come at all, and would only have made people laugh." Shenpei tried his best to play the role of an ordinary member under Yuan Shao's vast army, yearning for promotion. Gongsun Zhen looked at Shenpei without speaking. he suddenly realized the gap between himself and Yuan Shao. Even an unknown soldier under Yuan Shao was willing to risk his life for Yuan Shao's great cause, while his subordinates, "Go ahead and say it, though it won't make a difference what you say." Gong Sunzan didn't want to bother with such a nobody. He and Yuan Shao were on the same level, and he wouldn't be so tasteless as to lay a hand on someone like this. "May I ask what your ambitions are?" Shen Pei was not discouraged by Gong Sunzan's words at all and officially began his persuasion. "Naturally, we will defeat the Xianbei, annihilate the Wuhuan, restore peace to our northern border, uphold the might of our Han dynasty, and deter the Hu people from looking south. We will end the tradition of the Hu people plundering the Central Plains from the Shang and Zhou dynasties to the present day." Gong Sunzan's belief has never changed from beginning to end, so when he spoke of his ambition, his voice was firm and powerful.
In other words, it's roughly like the Marquis of Champions sealing off the Wall Slayer and the Marquis of defeating the Hu, Chengtan, as it is appropriate to hang his head in the street between the barbarian residences to show that those who offend the mighty Han, no matter how far away, shall be punished. Shen Pei was completely relieved after hearing Gong Sunzan's answer without any hesitation, and then organized his thoughts and said,
"Yes, that's it." Gong Sunzan always felt that his description of his ambition was somewhat pale and weak, but after Shen Pei spoke, he instantly felt that his ambition should be expressed in this way, so that it would be grand. What Po Hu's Wang Hao said is absolutely right. That's how it should be done. Anyone who dares to attack the Han should be killed, and their head should be taken off and shown to every barbarian in every region. Gong Sunzan did not hold back his praise. Previously, Gong Sunzan didn't really have any impression of Chen Tang, but after Shen Pei said it, Gong Sunzan suddenly realized that Chen Tang's words really resonated with him. That's how it should be done. All talk of benevolence and morality is just to fool outsiders. Only force is the foundation of justice. Weakness is always the original sin. Since General Gong Sun's ambition is like this, may I ask if the general has ever wavered, in this bitter and cold northern frontier?" Shen Pei did not try to persuade Gong Sunzan, but instead continued to talk to Gong Sunzan about his ambition, as if they shared a common language. Gong Sunzan remained silent. Was he wavering? After a long while, the confusion in his eyes completely faded, and he said firmly, "My belief has never changed from beginning to end. The so-called wavering was nothing but my delusion." Shen Pei was completely relieved to see that Gong Sunzan was a true nationalist of a great power, with extremely high moral character and unwavering conviction. "May I ask, if it can enhance the might of our great Han dynasty, General Gong Sun, what are you willing to give in return?" Shen Pei looked at Gong Sunzan solemnly. The main course had arrived, and all that was in front of him were side dishes. "To uphold the might of my Han dynasty," Gong Sunzan muttered to himself. After a long while, he looked up at Shen Pei and said, "Speak. What do you want?" "As long as it upholds the might of my Han dynasty, I, Gong Sunzan, will give you my head as a means for Yuan Shao to advance his career." Chapter 676 I don't trust Yuan Benchu. Shen Pei paused, silently observing Gong Sunzan. He could sense Gong Sunzan's sincerity. It was because of this sincerity that Shen Pei discovered for the first time that, apart from being stubborn, brainless, and self-righteous, the other party still had admirable qualities. Shenpei thought to himself silently. Looking at Gongsun Zan at this moment, Shenpei couldn't help but feel a deep respect, no longer treating Gongsun Zan with the same contempt he had before. Internally, he and Shenpei were enemies, but externally, Gongsun Zan was a hero. When dealing with heroes, especially heroes on one's own side, even if there are differences in political views, one cannot erase their achievements or insult their character. This is the proclamation that Chen Kongzhang wrote for you. Shenpei took out the proclamation that had infuriated Yuan Shao from his bosom and handed it to Gongsun Zan. Gongsun Zan frowned, opened the paper Shenpei handed him, no error, sheet, glanced through it and then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, as expected of Chen Kongzhang, who is famous for his words, he said exactly what I was thinking. Well said. It's not to show this proclamation to the general, Shenpei shook his head and said. After all, this proclamation has a considerable impact on my lord. I wouldn't have shown it to the general unless absolutely necessary. Does the general know the circumstances under which Chen Kongzhang wrote this proclamation? When else could it be? Gongsun Zan said with a sneer. These literati only know how to dabble in literature and have no interest in serving their country. It must be that Yuan Shao offended him. I am just a spear he uses to attack Yuan Shao. Gongsun Zan was not stupid. He and Chen Lin had no interaction, so Chen Lin speaking up for him could not be explained simply by praising his righteousness and integrity. That's not it. It's because a major event has occurred in the Central Plains, and I've come here because I see a glimmer of opportunity within this event, Shenpei said with a smile. It was precisely because he learned of Lu Buletin's northward advance that he saw a glimmer of hope in persuading Gongsun Zan. What major event has occurred in the Central Plains? Gongsun Zan was taken aback, then sighed. Located in Liaodong, we are isolated from news and have even lost sight of the Central Plains. Shenpei looked at Gongsun Zan's face and sighed inwardly. Then he recounted the whole story without any personal emotion. Gongsun Zan listened quietly to Shenpei's retelling, and sighed when he heard that Lu Buletin had returned to Bingzhou and sworn to subdue the Hintao region. General, that is all. And I believe you understand why I have come. I urge you to consider this carefully. If my lord, Yuan Shao, can tolerate Wen Ho's return to Bingzhou, then as long as you swear an oath to the people of the world to guard the northern frontier, I think my lord will surely accept it. Shenpei solemnly bowed to Gongsun Zan. Lu Buletin has returned to Bingzhou. Yuan Shao actually has such courage. That's for Yuan Shao. Although his performance at Hulao Pass was not satisfactory, he is still Yuan Shao who faced Dongzhou directly. Gongsun Zan muttered to himself. General, my lord and you are not mortal enemies. On the contrary, my lord greatly admires those border generals who guarded the north and protected the Central Plains during the Great War. The conflict between you and my lord is, for the Han dynasty, nothing more than a dispute between brothers over family property. Foreign tribes are our true enemies. Seeing that Gongsun Zan was muttering to himself and seemed to agree, Shenpei quickly pressed on. What was the initial cause of my conflict with Yuan Shao? After listening to Shenpei's words, Gongsun Zan began to examine his battle with Yuan Shao from a different perspective. He couldn't help but recall the initial cause of their conflict. I don't trust Yuan Shao. A cold glint flashed in Gongsun Zan's eyes as he was still pondering. The only reason I fought him was because he lied to me. There was no other reason than that he lied to me. Shen Pei opened his mouth. Gongsun Zan, who had been tempted, inexplicably rejected his proposal, citing a lack of trust in Yuan Shao as the reason. You probably hadn't joined Yuan Shao's forces yet back then. You might not believe it, but he asked me to help him drive out Hongfu, saying he'd give me half of Ji province if I succeeded. I saw he truly had the makings of a leader, so I helped him, Gongsun Zan said nostalgically, seeing Shen Pei's puzzled look. To be honest, I didn't have any ulterior motives when I helped Yuan Shao. As for dividing Ji province equally, I never even considered it. I was in the northern part of Yu province, and there was Lu Bowen between me and him. If Lu Bowen hadn't died, I wouldn't have been able to take Yu province. If I couldn't take Yu province, how could I divide Ji province equally? Gongsun Zan seemed to have suffered a great injustice, and now someone was finally listening to him. Upon hearing this, Shen Pei felt his hands and feet turn cold, and he looked at Gongsun Zan with bewildered eyes, asking, then, if you don't need Ji province, why did you still ask for it? As for asking for it, I only sent my brother to congratulate him. I don't get along with Lu Bowen. He controls my logistics. I help Yuan Shao partly because he is the leader of the alliance, and partly so that I won't be restricted by Lu Bowen in the future. Why would I need an enclave as territory? Gongsun Zan shook his head and said. Shen Pei finally understood why Gongsun Yu did not bring any troops when he went to demand Ji province. Instead, he only brought 1 or 2 civil officials. The other party came to congratulate Yuan Shao and formed an alliance with Yuan Shao. He hoped to exchange half of Ji province, as agreed, for the grain that Gongsun Zan would use to go north to conquer the Hu people. In other words, he hoped that Yuan Shao would support Gongsun Zan in his campaign against the Wuhuan and Xianbei. Gongsun Yu is Gongsun Zan's younger brother. If he really came to demand Ji province, how could he not know the danger? And how could he not bring the White Horse Cavalry? They are the fastest cavalry in the world. Even if we don't fight them, at least with the White Horse Cavalry there, unless there is special terrain, no one can stop them from running away. Shen Pei finally understood many of the unreasonable things they had done back then. It turned out they had misunderstood from the very beginning. Shen Pei finally understood that Gongsun Zan had not made any preparations for what to do after taking Ji province. He just wanted to quell his anger. However, the combat power of the Yu province infantry and cavalry, which had been tempered and trained, was terrifying. Even without logistical support, they still almost killed Yuan Shao. It was because of this that Gongsun Zan had the idea of taking over all of Ji province. Chapter 677 Overall Review. Seeing Gongsun Zan's indignant expression, Shen Pei couldn't utter a word he had prepared. It's that simple, I don't believe him. After Gongsun Zan explained everything, it was as if a huge weight had been lifted from his shoulders, and his expression returned to its usual calm as he looked at Shen Pei. Are you really not going to reconsider? Shen Pei sighed. He had considered many possibilities before coming, but none had ended in such a failure as this.
I don't trust Yuan Shao, it's that simple. His valor and heroism are always displayed when his opponents are stronger than him. Whether it was Dongfu back then, me in the past, or Xuan now, his valor is only because his opponents are stronger than him, Gong Songzong said with a sneer.
Shen Pei glanced at Gong Sunzan with displeasure at his slander of his lord, but given the previous events, Shen Pei was unwilling to offer any further explanation. Humph, don't think I can't see through you. You're not satisfied with my evaluation of your lord. Gong Sunzan glanced at Shen Pei with an expression that said, I see right through you. Humph, how could you possibly see through the valor of my lord Yuan Shao? Shen Pei said irritably. Yuan Shao is indeed valiant. I haven't been idle for so long, I know him well enough. Yuan Shao is a man of great courage and bravery in adversity, truly a hero of unparalleled stature, Gong Sunzan said, shaking his head slightly. Shen Pei smiled. He had been prepared to be criticized by Gong Sunzan, but instead, he heard praise coming from his enemy. If there is any truly genuine praise in this world, it must come from the mouth of an enemy. While this evaluation may fall short of Shen Pei's ideal, its value lies in its lack of ulterior motives, no flattery, no pandering, only a straightforward and honest critique. Before Shen Pei could even manage a smile, Gong Sunzan began his assessment once again. Yuan Shao possesses all the excellent qualities to turn adversity into victory, and in adversity, he will make all his ministers understand what it means to be a lord. At this time, he can take full responsibility for his mistakes and open his heart to trust every minister, allowing all his ministers to feel his ambition. This time, Shen Pei nodded repeatedly, agreeing with Gong Sunzan's assessment that Yuan Shao was indeed exceptional, a true role model for the world. Gong Sunzan completely ignored Shen Pei's chirping and pecking behavior, and said with a slightly cold expression, but this is only one side of Yuan Shao. I do not deny that he has the ability to become the strongest warlord in the world, but the moment he becomes the strongest warlord in the world, his death and the extermination of his clan will not be far away. His bravery, his heroism, and his trustworthiness are like flowers in a mirror and the moon in the water. They can only share hardship, not wealth. He is too suspicious. His courage in adversity is only because his ambition and courage suppress his suspicion. Gong Sunzan coldly recounted everything. When his assent is exposed, Gong Sunzan said with the certainty of a prophet, Yuan Shao will surely be defeated by his suspicion. Humph, anyone can say those things. But my lord has never appeared, Shen Pei said discontentedly, completely ignoring what Gong Sunzan said next. Gong Sunzan sneered. These evaluations were not given by him, but by Su Zijiang. The overall assessment was just one sentence: when the tide turns against you, you become a model for the world. When things are going smoothly, everything comes to an end. This means that Yuan Shao only shows remarkable talent in adversity. Once he reaches the top, everything he does will fail. This overall assessment wasn't written down, it came from Mount Tai. Initially, Gong Sunzan wasn't entirely sure about this evaluation, but with time and his own reflection, he finally realized that Su Zijiang's assessment was quite accurate. Of course, Shen Pei was unaware of these matters. If he had known, he would probably have kept today's evaluation in mind and then gone back to warn Yuan Shao. After all, Su Shao's assessment of people is extremely accurate. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a golden word. Back when he was doing the monthly evaluation, everyone who went to ask for his opinion both loved and hated him. They loved that he was accurate, but hated that he was even more accurate when it came to criticizing people. Back in Luoyang, Yuan Shao knew that Su Shao was conducting monthly evaluations, and it wouldn't have been difficult for him to request one, given his status. However, he was ambitious and worried that Su Shao might jinx him and scare away all the heroes he had befriended. After much hesitation, Yuan Shao gave up. After all, in Yuan Shao's eyes, Su Shao came from Yu province. If Yuan Shu were to cause him trouble and deliberately let Su Shao make a bad comment, Yuan Shao might be finished for life. As for Cao, there's no need to say anything. He didn't have the same concerns as Yuan Shao, so he went straight for the sword. Anyway, this was in accordance with the rules, and sure enough, he made it to the overall ranking. Naturally, Su Shao, after this incident, decisively packed his bags and left. He couldn't stay in Luoyang any longer. When Yuan Shao was certain that Su Shao would not make arbitrary evaluations of others based on external factors, he personally approached Su Shao. Unfortunately, Su Shao refused to give an evaluation, saying he had stopped participating in the monthly evaluations. Yuan Shao, who valued his reputation, hesitated for a long time before finally giving up on using force to coerce him. Needless to say, the overall evaluation was lost. In short, Yuan Shao seemed quite strange to Su Shao. When he had nothing, he was a hero, dashing and magnanimous, and would never give up easily even in adversity. But when he was in high spirits, he was like a completely different person. To be honest, when Yuan Shao came to ask for his evaluation, Su Shao was hoping that Yuan Shao would use force to coerce him, and then he would just give Yuan Shao his evaluation. As it turned out, seeing him in person was far better than hearing about him. Yuan Shao turned out to be all bark and no bite, completely lacking the heroic spirit he had shown when he saw Yuan Shao confronting the eunuch leader Zhang Ren at Zhou's restaurant. However, Su Shao was also glad that he hadn't tried to give Yuan Shao a proper evaluation back then, otherwise he would have really ruined his reputation. It was precisely because of this incident that Su Shao became very interested in Yuan Shao. After all, with his keen eye, it was almost impossible for him to be wrong. Yuan Shao was indeed a hero back then, so how could he have become a coward in just a few days? So Su Shao, with his interest in Yuan Shao, would keep an eye on him from time to time, and eventually discovered that Yuan Shao was a complete oddball, a guy who could be divided into two states. One is his divine state in adversity, such as his angry rebuke of the eunuchs in Luoyang, his pointing his sword at Dongzhou in the palace, and his desperate battle against Gongsun Zhen at Jiqiao. The other is his pig-like behavior in favorable circumstances, such as turning against his own father when his power was just beginning to grow, leading the 18 warlords to their doom at Hulao Pass, and facing Gongsun Zhen when he had just gained control of Ji province.
These performances are truly astounding.
Yuan Benchu's state was like someone slapping him, then realizing he could slap the other person to death, thinking he was invincible, then doing stupid things again, then getting slapped again, in a cycle that continued until one day someone slapped him to death. Chapter 678 Tianfeng's Mental Talent. When Shenpei left, he felt very helpless, and he suddenly felt tired the moment he stepped out of Changli. Sometimes so-called wars are nothing more than misunderstandings caused by selfish motives. Unfortunately, because the two sides in the misunderstanding are too high up, have too much power, and affect too many people, what could have been a matter for ordinary people to sit down and talk about has to be reduced to one of them falling down for the sake of face. As Shenpei stepped out, he couldn't help but recall a sentence Zhu Shao had once said, a sentence from a book he had seen in the Taishan library. He had forgotten about it, but at this moment it resurfaced clearly. Gongsun Bogui. Shenpei looked back at Changli City and saw mottled marks on the ancient city wall, as well as streaks of dark red blood, some of which belonged to the Hu people and some to the Han people. This place was once the most severely invaded by the Hu people. It could even be said that this place was once the territory of the Hu people. However, the Han dynasty later became prosperous and defeated the Hu people, occupying this place. For more than 100 years, the war continued until Gongsun Bogui completely defeated the Wuhuan and the place was finally completely occupied. Perhaps you have your own selfish motives, but what you have done has indeed protected the Han people behind you. Shenpei stood under the setting sun, feeling the whistling east wind. Compared to the spring in the Central Plains, it was still quite cold here.
The judge bowed slightly to Changli City, then slowly straightened up. I believe what you said, Gongsun Bugui. Perhaps what happened back then was indeed wrong on my lord's part, but no one is perfect. My lord was wrong, and that's fine. The ambition to conquer the world is only for the sake of making the people of the world life better. Killing one to save 10,000 is the right thing to do.
The events in Yuzhu had little impact on the Central Plains. However, if Gongsun Zhen were persuaded by Shenpei, things would get very interesting, and Yuan Shao would definitely launch a surprise attack, putting Liu Bei in a very passive position. The mess left behind by Lu Bulletin in Yanzhou was thus divided between Liu Bei and Yuan Shao. However, the division did not mean that Yuan Shao was satisfied with the result. Although there were orders not to have large-scale conflicts, such vague orders could not stop Yuan Shao's favorite generals such as Yan Ouyang and Wen Zhou. In addition, to avoid being schemed against by Chen Shiyi and others again, Yuan Shao sent Tianfeng and Su Yu, along with a large number of middle and lower-ranking military officers and civil officials, in addition to the two fierce generals from Yan province. By now, both sides have a good understanding of each other. It's clear that Guo Jie is a master of unconventional strategies, while Chen Shiyi is steady and cautious, resolutely avoiding risks and usually using overwhelming force from the outset. That's why Yuan Shao sent Tianfeng and Su Yu specifically to compete against Chen Shiyi and Guo Jie. Tianfeng aimed for a steady victory, while Su Yu sought to achieve victory through surprise. Moreover, the two were completely complementary in terms of ability. Of course, it must be admitted that the two had incompatible personalities, but fortunately, with Yuan Shao keeping them in check, nothing went wrong. The opponents are Tian Yuanhao and Su Ziwang, Chen Shiyi said with a forced smile. It's up to you now. I can only play a defensive role for you. Of course, if it's Tian Yuanhao, I'll take over. Suzy Wang is yours. How can someone possess such a spiritual talent? Kuo-jia said, his mouth twitching. If the intelligence source hadn't been extremely accurate, Kuo-jia would never have believed that such a mental talent existed. Tianfeng had no intention of competing with others in terms of intellect. He was essentially dragging everyone's IQ down to a state of intellectual disability, and then, in that state of intellectual disability, comparing who had more experience and who could compare to someone like him who had honed his skills under those conditions for years. This is even more disgusting than Sima Yi's ceiling of his spiritual talent. At least for someone like Kuo-jia, Sima Yi's ceiling of his spiritual talent didn't significantly reduce his abilities. But against someone like Tianfeng, it's absolutely infuriating. So I'm glad that guy didn't activate his mental talent last time, but I'm sure he'll remember to activate it this time. This is a genuine precognitive mental talent, Chen Shiyi said with a smile. He didn't have much of a feeling about Tianfeng's mental talent. Although it was powerful, it had too many limitations. It is said that Chen Shiyi and his group were able to obtain Tianfeng's spiritual talent because Kui Jun infiltrated Yuan Shao's inner circle. Those who can be partners with Zha Liang, Peng Tong, and Su Shu are not simple characters. For example, after Kui Jun returned to Ji province, he carried out a series of decisive changes, splitting the Kui family into two, and the Bowling Kui family was born. Then, to the astonishment of all the aristocratic families, they sided with the Yuan family, directly causing the deaths of a large number of aristocratic families in Ji province. The entire Ji province aristocratic alliance was ravaged by the Zhen family and then punished by Yuan Shao. Finally, it completely collapsed under the counterattack of the Kui family of Bowling. The powerful families of Jis who had considered the possibility of defectors among them, but they never expected that a defector would appear in the Kui family, who led them. The strongest alliances always crumble from the inside out, and even the most powerful forces cannot withstand destruction from the top down. After Kui Zhouping delivered a fatal blow to the vital point of the aristocratic alliance, before the many aristocratic families of Ji province could react, Yuan Shao began a large-scale crackdown, division, and appeasement. For a time, the entire Ji province was in chaos, and there were even cases of Ji province aristocratic families colluding with Wei Yan to launch a counterattack on Bohai. In short, the struggles of the powerful families in Ji province ultimately came to naught, and Yuan Shao took this opportunity to completely seize control of Ji province. Apart from the Zhen family's shops scattered throughout every corner of Ji province, Yuan Shao believed that the Zhen family was so deeply rooted that it was impossible for them to leave Ji province, and naturally, they could not escape his control. As the designer and executor of the plan to subdue the powerful families of Ji province, Kui Jun became an important figure under Yuan Shao, comparable to the five great strategists, the moment he stepped onto the stage, and no one doubted his role. It was precisely because of this that Chen Shiyi learned of Tianfeng's almost never before seen spiritual talent. And it was because of this knowledge that Chen Shiyi decided to have him deal with Tianfeng. To be honest, if Kuo-jia were to face Tianfeng without knowing the truth, he would be killed by Tianfeng. Even if he did know the truth, he would definitely not fare well. Speaking of Tianfeng's mental talent, it's quite simple. According to the intelligence from D province, Tianfeng's mental talent allows him to detect the enemy's plots in advance within a certain range. Of course, it's not the complete process, but rather a sense of the consequences that the enemy's plots against his side will cause. Although it was merely a result, it rendered conventional strategies largely ineffective against Tianfeng. At his level, knowing the result greatly increased the likelihood of him being able to deduce the process from the reverse, and then launch a counterattack. Of course, if the conspiracy is too sophisticated, Tianfeng can detect it but cannot see through it, and therefore cannot counter it. After all, some schemes require a certain level of intelligence to reverse the process even if you know the outcome. Not everyone has an unconventional intelligence like Chen Gong, who has 120 points. However, Kui Zhouping also pointed out the drawback of Tianfeng's spiritual talent. An important condition for Tianfeng's spiritual talent is that it is only effective against enemies. In Kui Zheng's judgment, the concept of enemy should be defined by the Lord. Tianfeng's spiritual talent must be attached to a Lord. Chapter 679. I'll deal with him. Kui Jun had some guesses in the secret letter, but since he had not had much contact with Tianfeng, he could not confirm many of them. Even so, it made Chen Shiyi and Guo Jue more prepared. Otherwise, if they had encountered Tianfeng without knowing anything, it would have been strange if they hadn't suffered a crushing defeat. However, after receiving this secret letter, Chen Shiyi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he hadn't directly plotted against Yuan Shao, otherwise he would have really gotten away with it. It seems that Tianfeng's mental talent has a major flaw, Chen Shiyi said after analyzing the entire plan. Perhaps he was able to foresee the outcome of the conspiracy, but the counter-espionage strategy was still effective. The human heart is always the most unpredictable thing. Guo Jue smiled and said, if you can't understand the human heart, you can't identify the enemy. So the simplest way to deal with Tian Yuanhao is to sow discord and make him rebellious. What a good reason! Yes, that's true. But even so, it's not easy to defeat the opponent on the battlefield. Chen Shiyi nodded. So you can deal with Su Yu, and I'll deal with Tian Yuanhao. So far, Chen Shiyi has never seen a perfect spiritual talent. They either focus on only one aspect or focus on all aspects, but the effect is not strong. Once the effect is amazing, there must be drawbacks. So far, Chen Shiyi has never seen a truly comprehensive and perfect spiritual talent. Of course, even if some mental talents are not very effective, and some only focus on one aspect, since the possessors are basically geniuses among geniuses, everyone has made the most of their mental talents so far. Some individuals, after identifying their mental talents, continuously explore and develop their potential in a positive direction, like Cheng Yu. He transformed himself from a strategist into a commander, fully demonstrating the effects of his mental talent. Of course, some individuals, after confirming the effects of their mental talents, begin to supplement their abilities, using their mental talents as a supplement to fully unleash their raw strength. It's obvious that Tianfeng belongs to the second type, because he can know the outcome of the enemy's conspiracy, so even if he doesn't counter other people's schemes, it's still very easy for him to avoid them. For this reason, Tianfeng focused all his energy on how to defeat the enemy head-on. In other words, all of Tianfeng's strategies were large-scale battles, how to defeat the enemy head-on, and how to defeat the opponent when the strength was equal. As for countering the opponent, Tianfeng discovered through extensive research that some people's schemes are uncounterable even if you know the outcome. In fact, while you're figuring out what their conspiracy is all about, they might already be taking the opportunity to kill you. Having determined this, Tianfeng stopped wasting time and focused all his energy on how to intimidate others, how to defeat his opponents in direct combat, and how to systematically crush them step by step. This is also why Tianfeng and Zhu Shao had a good relationship. Besides their similar personalities, another reason is that Zhu Shao's spiritual talent amplified Tianfeng's strengths, making Tianfeng's already rich experience even more abundant.
In other words, when Tianfeng and Zhu Shou appear together, they are basically immune to any schemes and can only confront each other head-on. What's more complicated is that both Tianfeng and Zhu Shou are masters of direct legion warfare, with rich experience in military formations, legion deployment, and relentless pursuit.
This is why Chen Shiyi sent Guo Jie to deal with Su Yu, while he himself dealt with Tianfeng. After all, as long as Tianfeng was alive, a direct confrontation was the only option. Since it's a head-on clash, Chen Shiyi might have a clear advantage if he takes the lead. In a direct confrontation of sheer military might, the effectiveness of strategy and individual combat prowess becomes largely irrelevant. Don't be fooled by the formidable strength of Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and Zhao Yun. In a battle involving hundreds of thousands of soldiers, individual bravery is of little value, especially when both sides are composed of fierce warriors. Without the ability to disregard cloud formations, even Lu Buledin could be killed in a battle of this scale. This is just like the stories we've read before. When Xiang Yu and Han Xin face off, each has 100 soldiers under their command. Han Xin can die. If they each have 1,000 men, Han Xin will still die. If the number rises to 10,000, Han Xin can barely put up a fight, but he will still die. If the number rises to 100,000, it will either be a draw or one of them will die. If there are any more, Xiang Yu's chances of winning will start to drop sharply. This is the definition of bravery and command. To a certain extent, bravery can replace command, and even when the numbers are small, bravery is more important than command. However, when the scale of war expands to a certain extent, individual bravery will be weakened indefinitely, while the effect of command will be continuously strengthened. It can be said that most generals to this day command troops through military force, and the strength of their military directly affects the combat effectiveness of their soldiers. This is why, in the early Han Dynasty when the population was still very large, most generals could hardly command more than 1,000 troops, and were mostly around 3,000 or 4,000. On the contrary, in the later period when the population was small, there were many generals who commanded tens of thousands of troops. Because in the early Han Dynasty, troops were mostly commanded by force rather than by orders and dispatch, having too many soldiers under one's command not only led to excessive military power, but also caused chaos due to the inability to effectively manage the large number of troops. Of course, someone like Second Master, who studies military strategy from time to time, will lead more and more troops, and will gradually shift from commanding troops by force to commanding troops by orders, from fighting generals to generals who command troops, or even commanders. After thinking for a while, Kuo Jia said after considering Chen 11's suggestion, "I'll deal with Tian Feng. You deal with Su Yu first. Anyway, if you stay in line and don't move, Su Yu can't do anything to you. Why don't I let Tian Feng test his strength first?" Chen Shi frowned, somewhat puzzled by Guo Jia's suggestion. Using one's weakness to attack another's strength is not the act of a wise person, especially since there are clearly better countermeasures. What was he thinking, rushing in and making things worse? "I know you don't understand, but I want to see what Tian Feng's mental talent is all about, and whether he can really avoid all the schemes," Kuo Jia said solemnly to Chen Shi. "Kui Zhouping's information is incomplete after all. Let me try the rest. What if some of the information is not as it seems? Even if some parts aren't right, the general direction is definitely correct," Chen Shi sighed and said. "You'll easily suffer losses if you just go up like that. It might not be a loss for me. Let me try it out first." Kuo Jia shook his head. "I suspect that Tian Feng's mental talent has other flaws, otherwise some things shouldn't have happened. Lu Buladin's attack on Ji province was essentially a full-scale assault," Chen Shi said, shaking his head. "It was a complete brute force victory, but Chen Gongta created a perfect opportunity for Lu Buladin." As he spoke, Chen Shi suddenly raised his head, and Guo Jia also looked at Chen Shi. Chapter 680: The Vanishing Spiritual Energy. "All right, you'll deal with Tian Feng." Chen Shi stared at Guo Jia and said, "But if that's not the case, and you haven't found out anything else, then I'll handle it. We'll fight Yuan Shao's elite troops head on and wipe out Tian Feng first." "All right, but I am confident he won't see through my plan." Kuo Jia nodded, agreeing to Chen Shi's request. In fact, Chen Shi knew that doing so was somewhat reckless. The most correct approach would have been for him or a prudent strategist like Zhao to deal with Tian Feng. After all, when it came to overwhelming others with sheer force, the foundation of Mount Tai was not a concern at all. Unfortunately, some matters concerned the entire scheme of Mount Tai, so Guo Jia had to go and probe. After all, everything Kui Jun had done was essentially just speculation, and if there were any loopholes, things could really get complicated. "Then be careful. I will be in charge of Lin Yi. You go to Jian and meet up with Second Master. As for Shazi, he will also be incorporated into your site," Chen Shi said after thinking for a moment. It wasn't that he didn't trust Kui Zhan's abilities, but this matter was too important to make any mistakes. "All right, I will test Tian Yuanhao thoroughly. But you should also be careful. Although Su Ziwan is greedy and doesn't know how to restrain himself, based on my understanding of him when I was under Yuan Shao, he is quite formidable in terms of intelligence and decisiveness." Guo Jia nodded and then instructed Chen Shi. "One of Guo Jia's best qualities is that he never refuses other people's kindness. With 5 troops and 2,500 men joining him, it would be easier for him to deal with Tian Feng, since Yuan Shao's army that marched out of Yanzhou this time was a real 100,000 strong force, without any exaggeration. Well, I know a bit about Su Yu. Apart from being a bit greedy, he is quite capable. But you don't need to worry too much about me. I am stationed in Line E. By the time he arrives, the middle layer of the city wall will be almost finished. Chen Shiyi nodded after recalling Su Yu's appearance. That's good. I'll leave Line E to you. I'll go and determine Tian Yuanhao's spiritual talent. By the way, you should also try to test Su Yu's spiritual talent. Alas, it's a pity about Zhike's spiritual talent. Speaking of testing other people's spiritual talents, Kuochya couldn't help but bring up Shi Zhike. Yes, it's a pity. As for Su Yu, I'll keep an eye on him, but don't have too high hopes. Chen Shiyi also thought of Shi Zhike, who, even on his deathbed, didn't forget to give it his all, truly dedicating himself to Cao until his dying breath. Speaking of Shi Zhike, Chen Shiyi couldn't help but think of that small jade disc. He hadn't been dreaming about it as often lately, but he could sense that it was right next to him, and the clear light emanating from the small jade disc was becoming increasingly dazzling, even though it would occasionally dim. Speaking of which, a while ago, a cold snap and blizzard struck many parts of the Han Dynasty. Several provinces protected by Chen Shiyi also experienced such disasters, but they were blocked by Chen XI's spiritual talent.
However, this once-in-a-century natural disaster directly swept away the spiritual shield formed by Chen Shi's free spiritual energy. As a result, the clear radiance of that small jade disc was even more intense than that of the large jade disc that Chen Shi represented.
As for why Chen Shiyi remembered it so clearly, the reason was simple: a layer of his free spiritual energy had been swept away that time. Chen Shiyi also felt drowsy due to the loss of a large amount of spiritual energy, and then he saw it in his dream just as he fell asleep. Since the jade disc radiated such abundant light, Chen Shiyi unceremoniously drew a considerable amount of light from it and applied it to his body, instantly feeling much more comfortable and waking up refreshed. When Chen Shiyi dreamed of the small jade disc again, he discovered that the small jade disc, to which he had used 30% of its king hui to replenish itself, seemed to have recovered to about 70 to 80%. Chen Shiyi couldn't help but wonder why it had recovered so quickly. Previously, Sun Yu was quite startled when the amount of spiritual energy he had stored up using Shi Zhike's legacy inexplicably decreased by 1/3. Yan Zhou was also affected by the natural disasters before, but fortunately, Sun Yu relied on the spiritual energy he had been storing in Shi Zhike's legacy, which he had been occasionally drawing upon, and easily weathered the storm with the help of large-scale changes in the weather. Speaking of which, when storing spiritual energy became a reality and large-scale changes in the world became possible, Sun Yu almost burst into tears, thinking he would never have to worry about food again. However, just a few days later, Sun Yu discovered that his stored spiritual energy had decreased by 1/3. This discovery terrified Sun Yu. He stayed up for 3 days and 3 nights without sleep, and finally confirmed that the spiritual energy drawn from the civil and military officials could still be replenished, and there was no sign of it disappearing. Finally, Sun Yu thought about his previous actions that caused the change in the weather, and guessed that he had probably exhausted his energy. However, thinking that the amount of mental energy he had exhausted was several times that of the change in the weather, Sun Yu's heart ached and he kept twitching. Although directly altering the weather consumes a lot of mental energy, Cao's territory is small. Chen 11's mental talent for adjusting the weather consumes less energy, but the area affected by the natural disaster is too large, and the scope that Chen 11 has to bear is also large. Little by little, it adds up. Is this because Cao's territory was too small, or Liu Bei's territory was too large? However, Sun Yu, unable to ascertain the truth, could only endure it. Although the losses were significant, Sun Yu could simply continue to extract spiritual energy as soon as it ran out. Since it could be stored, he could harvest it once a day and accumulate enough spiritual energy for a large-scale change of the world in 10 days. So Sun Yu got busy again, like a diligent honey-gatherer, extracting the excess mental energy from Cao's civil and military officials and storing it away. Since not too much was extracted, no one would notice unless their abilities reached a certain level, so the little jade disc was quickly restored. Soon after, Guo Jie, under Chen Dao's protection, went to Jiyan. The construction of the new city of Linyi was in full swing. After all, Chen 11 had never intended to fight Su Yu in the open field. Compared to Su Yu, his troops were somewhat insufficient. To be honest, in terms of sheer troop strength, Liu Bei's side is at a complete disadvantage against Yuan Shao. However, it's not that Liu Bei lacks manpower or can't arm hundreds of thousands of troops, it's just that there's no need for him to. Liu Bei had a large number of high-quality garrison troops under his command, and a single conscription order would be sufficient when necessary. Of course, Yuan Shao also had a large number of garrison troops, but for the war between Yuan and Lu, this method would not be used unless absolutely necessary. It was only a last resort. For Yuan Shao and Liu Bei at present, the armies they possess represent the maximum number of troops that their generals can lead and the optimal force for their generals to maximize the strength of their legions. After Liu Bei chose the optimal troop structure, Yuan Shao decisively chose to equip his generals with the maximum number of troops they could command. Of course, this maximum number of troops refers to the limit that a general can command. Any more troops would result in an overly bloated troop structure, and the combat effectiveness would decline due to poor command. Chapter 681 Let Go, This Is Mine. However, under the current circumstances, the disparity in troop strength between the two sides seems quite large. Chen 11 only has more than 4,000 regular troops in the entire Yanzhou region, while Tianfeng has deployed nearly 10,000 troops in the Yanzhou area. Fortunately, after taking over Yanzhou, a large number of construction and agricultural legions arrived, so the rear defense forces were sufficient. The only weakness was the front-line troops defending Jizhu. Guang Yu was sent to Jiyan. After Guo Jie and Chen Dao arrived, Jiyan had about 2,000 men, while Tianfeng on the other side had about 4,000 men, including more than 4,000 cavalry. If Chen 11 hadn't truly trusted Guo Jie and understood that Tianfeng's resourcefulness wasn't very good, he would never have allowed anyone to make such a high-risk attempt, since Tianfeng was too restrained in his strategic thinking. Chen 11's situation is not much better. If Guang Yu and Guo Jie are sent to Jiyan to deal with Tianfeng and his forces, his troop strength will decline considerably. Su Yu might just suddenly decide to send a large army to attack. After Guo Jie left, only Chen 11 and Zhao Liang remained in the Linyi area. Originally, Gan Ning and his group were only meant to make a brief appearance in Sushu to intimidate Yu Zhou, and then quietly withdraw, leaving Yu Zhou confused about the situation. Of course, everyone knew that such a trick wouldn't fool Zhou Yu for more than 10 days, but they still did it just to make the Yuan family of Yu Zhou more certain of their assessment of the situation in Sushu. Just like now, the Yuan family of Yu Zhou had determined that there was only Zhang Fei's army in Sushu. Even with Zhou Yu's reasonable explanation, the Yuan family of Yu Zhou was still somewhat restless. Let Zi relieve Zilong and take over the defense of Dongping and Shanyang south of Dongping. Transfer Zilong to Linyi. We built a new city here before as a bridgehead, and now we want to drive a nail into the border between Dongzhen and Jizhu. Chen Shiyi gave the order to fetch Han. Chen Shiyi has already intercepted Gan Ning, Taishi Ci, Zhaliang, and Fa Zheng's troops. Until reinforcements arrive, Chen Shiyi doesn't plan to attack Yu province. He wants to keep this thorn in his side for now. Xingba, I'm sorry to trouble you this time. I'll be keeping your navy here for a while, Chen Shiyi explained to Gan Ning. He was glad that he hadn't delayed when Liu Bei gave him the authority to mobilize troops, otherwise he really wouldn't have made it in time. The battlefield is ever changing, no joke.
It doesn't matter where we fight. Fighting Yuanshu in Yu province is not as satisfying as fighting Yuanshao. Gan Ning laughed wildly, showing no dissatisfaction with the change in military orders.
Order the scouts to form teams of 5 and expand the reconnaissance area. Order Gong Gaiyu to speed up the construction of the new city of Linyi. Order Zhang Yan to expedite the selection of soldiers. Chen Shiyi continued to give orders to Fa Zheng, who then began to write furiously on the paper. While Chen Shiyi was pondering how to deal with Su Yu and Tian Feng were already having their final discussion. Unlike Chen 11's idea of using the orthodox to counter the orthodox and the unorthodox to defeat the unorthodox, Tian Feng and Su Yu, as strategists, immediately devised a strategy of using the orthodox to defeat the unorthodox after arriving in Dongzhen. Although Su Yu disliked Tian Feng, he admitted that he would be completely outmatched by Tian Feng on the battlefield. This was not because he was inferior to Tian Feng, but because Tian Feng's intellectual talent was absolutely effective against strategists who relied on unconventional tactics. Under this constraint, Su Yu had no good solutions. Centered on this, Tian Feng and Su Yu had planned from the very beginning to eliminate Guo Jie first, and then use their combined strength to overwhelm Chen Shiyi. The reason why the military strength of Yan province is so strong this time is entirely due to Yuan Shao's boldness. He directly opened up most of Bing province to Lu Buletin and then transferred his own infantry and cavalry from the south of Bing province. In fact, there are hardly any troops in the south of Bing province now. If Lu Buletin wanted to, his more than 2,000 infantry and cavalry would be enough to turn Bing province upside down. Although Chen Shiyi had anticipated that Yuan Shao would free up some troops after Lu Buletin's return north, he hadn't expected Yuan Shao to be so audacious. However, after the incident, Chen Shiyi understood that even without Lu Buletin's return, Yuan Shao would definitely have done this to divert troops from southern Bingzhou. This is a kind of confidence, Yuan Shao's confidence in his soldiers in the northern frontier. And after Lu Buletin entered Bingzhou, Yuan Shao's actions further demonstrated his magnanimity and boldness. the tactics devised by Chen Shiyi and Guojia were almost exactly what Tianfeng and Su Yu wanted. However, Tianfeng and Su Yu's original tactics were based on the fact that Liu Bei's side was unaware of Tianfeng's spiritual talent. Now, in this situation, it was still uncertain who would win or lose. Yuan Hao, I'm leaving the Puyang area to you. I'll deal with Chen Shiyi, Su Yu said, rubbing his hands together as he looked at Tianfeng. These are for you. Tianfeng sighed and handed a list to Su Yu. They include gold and jewelry. Su Yu glanced at the list Tianfeng handed him, a clear glint of greed flashing in his eyes, but he showed no embarrassment whatsoever. He simply slipped the list into his sleeve. For Su Yu, the purpose of life was to collect these rare treasures. Su Yu was quite an oddball. He wasn't very interested in beautiful women or official positions, he was just greedy for money. Su Yu loved anything that shone and had value, whether it was ancient seals, antiques, calligraphy and paintings, gold and jade jewelry. His life was dedicated to these things. When Su Yu looked up at Tianfeng again, there was a clear increase in his fondness for him. He suddenly realized that Tianfeng, this scoundrel, wasn't entirely heartless. Many of the items on that list were treasures that Yuan Shao had bestowed upon Tianfeng. Can you handle Chen Zishuan? Tianfeng asked Su Yu expressionlessly, completely ignoring Su Yu's expression. Tianfeng had little interest in jewelry and jade, just as he often wore only a plain blue robe, sometimes even linen, while Su Yu wore shoe brocade and changed it every day. Although they were about the same age, Tianfeng standing next to Su Yu looked like an old farmer standing next to a young master from a noble family. Are there any more of these? Su Yu asked, rubbing his hands together with his eyes shining. Here, this is for you too. Tianfeng's face darkened, and he went straight back into the house to get a box. He opened it, then unfolded the silk wrapping inside, revealing a piece of beautiful jade radiating a warm luster. What a treasure! Su Yu's eyes were practically sparkling with jade, like light. As a collector of treasures, he could tell the value of this beautiful jade at a glance. Will it work? Tianfeng asked, holding the box with both hands, completely ignoring Su Yu's attempts to pull him along. Let go of me. This is mine. Su Yu said frantically. Can you handle Chen Zishuan? Tianfeng asked Su Yu. Yes, yes, yes. Su Yu felt his mind was incredibly clear, all the logical steps flowing through his head, and one plan after another came to mind. He kept nodding, clutching the box containing the precious jade. Chapter 682 Yuan Shao's Ruthlessness. Tianfeng released his grip on the wooden box, and Su Yu immediately began to admire the jade with great enthusiasm. Moreover, as he admired it, his demeanor changed from sleazy to dignified. Seeing Su Yu's transformation becoming increasingly apparent, from a greedy, pretentious man to someone exuding nobility and displaying remarkable talent, Tianfeng finally felt at ease. Thank you, Yuan Hao, for gifting me this. After putting away the jade, Su Yu pushed up his hair ornament, and his whole demeanor became heroic, sweeping away his previous lewd and greedy nature. His eyes were no longer mixed with other colors. Z1, let me confirm again, can you handle Chen Zishuan? Tianfeng asked, looking at Su Yu, who was full of vigor and seemed like a god. If you don't try, Who will know? Su Yu said with a slight smile. There probably hasn't been anyone in this world who dares to say they can definitely beat Chen Zishuan before they've even fought him. So he's entrusting this to you, not asking you to defeat him, but to suppress him. If you can suppress him for 2 months, I will give you a luminous pearl when we return to Jishu. Tianfeng nodded slightly, acknowledging Su Yu's answer. The more they understood Chen Shiyi, the more they realized how terrifying he was.
I will do my best, and I may do some unreasonable things. Please, Yuan Hao, cover for me. Su Yu seemed not to have heard Tianfeng's mention of the luminous pearl. His eyes remained absolutely clear and unwavering.
No problem, as long as you can handle him, I'll cover for you in everything. Tianfeng said solemnly. What's more troublesome about Su Yu than his ingenious plans is his decisiveness. In some situations, he can act like a madman and do absolutely crazy but incredibly effective things. Then it's settled. I want 7,000 Bingzhou wolf cavalry, and Wenzhou will be the commander of this army. Su Yu immediately stated his conditions after Tianfeng gave him the answer he wanted. Are you sure 7,000 wolf riders are enough? Tianfeng frowned. Chen Zishuang's habit is to secure an invincible position before seeking victory. Cavalry can besiege cities. Once he defends Linyi New City to the death. If he holds Linyi to the death, then there is nothing the army can do, Su Yu interrupted Tianfeng. Rather than that, we might as well take a gamble and bet that Chen Zishuang will only want to leave a thorn in Dongzhan and want to fight a major battle in Linyi. That is indeed one way, Tianfeng said after thinking for a while, looking up. Su Yu's words made a lot of sense. Moreover, if you want to deal with Guo Fengxiao, although conspiracies won't be very effective for you, and ingenious plans will hardly have any effect either, Guo Fengxiao is not someone to be trifled with. It's not difficult for you to defeat him, but to destroy him. Su Yu said with a solemn expression. At this moment, his wisdom and strategy were absolutely second to none in the world. Only a single, decisive strike can annihilate you. Su Yu said, holding up a finger. With my current intelligence, I can analyze the possibility of your mental talent after at most 3 failures. Moreover, you know very well the effects of Guo Fengxiao's mental talent. Once activated, no matter how much preparation you make, it will be useless. Tianfeng frowned, recalling the intelligence sent by CAO, which recorded 2 mental talents, one of which was Guo Chia's mental talent and the other of Chen 11's mental talent. Alright. I'll be careful. I'd rather suffer a few minor defeats than give him the chance to unleash his mental talent. Tianfeng nodded. You should also be careful with Chen Zishuan. I heard he has a reclusive master protecting him. Yes, they will. Su Yu nodded and said, however, such people will never participate in the war. I have learned from some channels that there are quite a few such hermits in the world. They only appear in the world for events that affect the overall situation of the world, and Chen Zishuan is one of them. One of them. Tianfeng frowned. This was the first time he had heard such a secret. And Chen Zishuan, a person capable of forging a prosperous imperial dynasty, was actually one of them. Yes. That is indeed one reason, the overlord of the world. the reason why true overlords have never died from assassination throughout history is because of this. Su Yu said vaguely, there are also some by my lord's side. However, they will not participate in the war, but will only protect certain people when necessary. Tianfeng simply said oh and then said nothing more. Write the transfer order. I'll take Wenzhou to Linyi. Although that one nail won't have a big impact, it's not good for it to stay there. Su Yu said with a sneer. At this moment, he already had a plan in mind. Filled with the satisfaction of the treasure, he was definitely capable of going toe-to-toe with any strategist in the world. Tianfeng quickly wrote out the transfer order and handed it to Su Yu. Su Yu had already explained things very clearly, and Tianfeng knew how to deal with Guochia. Sigh, I wonder how Yoruo and Zongjian's trip to Silai went, Tianfeng muttered to himself as he stood on the city wall. After handing the transfer order to Su Yu and watching him head to Wenchu's camp, and then seeing Su Yu and Wenzhou lead 7,000 wolf cavalry on their way, Tianfeng felt much more at ease. However, Su Yu's words that a great ruler of the world would be protected by a hermit made Tianfeng think of Sun Chen and Chen Yuqiang, who had already gone to Silai. After all, if the feudal lords would be protected, what about the emperor? In this era, the overall situation has been constantly changing. Although Yuan Shao is strong, he has never gained an overwhelming advantage. Therefore, when Zhu Shao proposed to go to Silai to welcome the emperor into Ye City, everyone agreed after a little thought. Unfortunately, before Yuan Shao could decide who to send to Silai, he received intelligence that Lu Ye and others, who were originally supposed to be attacking Yuan Shao, were actually going to defend the emperor. With this, Yuan Shao had no more hesitation and directly ordered Sun Chen and Chen Yuqiang to go to Silai. One of them was a former member of the 8 schools of the Western Garden, and the other was a senior strategist under him. With one being a civil official and the other a military commander, he felt much more at ease.
It's worth noting that Yuan Shao's haste was partly due to being frightened by Liu Bei. After all, if Liu Bei were to bring the emperor to Mount Tai, Yuan Shao would lose his ambition to pacify the world and his confidence in attacking Mount Tai. Moreover, more importantly, Yuan Shao was not yet prepared to declare himself emperor.
Therefore, Yuan Shao's order to Sun Chen when he sent troops to Silai was actually to seize the emperor if possible, and if not, to prevent Liu Bei from seizing him. For Yuan Shao, giving the emperor to Cao would be more beneficial than giving it to Liu Bei. Similarly, for Liu Ye, the emperor was a problem in their hands, and it would also be a problem if Yuan Shao got it. Therefore, it was better to give it to Cao. As for Yuan Shao's secret order to Chen Yuqiang, it was to kill the young emperor and his ministers if things failed. Cao, Yuan Shao, Liu Bei, and Li Zhu would then share the blame. This shows Yuan Shao's determination. Of course, Yuan Shao only dared to say these things to his confidants like Chen Yuqiang, because if others knew that he had murdered the emperor, they would definitely attack him. Chapter 683 The Huang family arrives. Jiang Yong was originally supposed to travel by boat from Jingzhou across the Yangtze River to Sushu, but after Sun Siyi launched his attack, Zhou Yu completely blocked the Yangtze River waterway, rendering his plan to pass through Yuzhou a pipe dream. Furthermore, Huang Chenjian and Lu Baiao are related by marriage. If Lu Baiao were to launch a counterattack back to Jingbei, it would not be easy for the Huang family to leave. In other words, the alliance they had previously discussed with Yi Ji had essentially become a dead letter. As for Huang Su, he had already been sent away long ago. Finally, at Huang Yueying's suggestion, the Huang family took a land route through Wangqing to Yanzhou before heading to Mount Tai. This slowed them down considerably, which explains why Jiang Yong, who had gone to Jingzhou earlier that year, had not yet returned to Mount Tai. When Jiang Yong led the entire Huang family to Yanzhou via Wangqing, it happened that Liu Bei and Yuan Shao were dividing Yanzhou. Naturally, Jiang Yong, who was returning from the south, received a warm welcome. After staying in the Jiyan area for several days, the Huang family's group split into two groups. One group consisted of the main Huang family members heading to Mount Tai, while the other group, led by Jiang Yong, included Huang Chenjian, Huang Yueying, and Zhang Wan. This group traveled to Linyi, as Huang Yu had mentioned that Zhao Yang was also in Linyi. All three men were highly intelligent and capable, understood the situation in Linyi, and each had their own agenda. Therefore, all three of them were determined to go to Linyi to take a look. Huang Chenjian's idea was simple. He just wanted to meet Chen Zishuan, who had served Liu Bei before he was even 20 and had built a great empire in less than 5 years. Zhang Wan also wanted to meet Chen Shiyi, but he was hoping to learn both literary and martial arts and sell them to the emperor. If the emperor didn't appreciate them, he would sell them to someone who did. As for Huang Yueying, that was simple. She was just going to see what kind of person her fiancé was, even though she was certain she would marry Zhao Yang in this life. But Huang Yueying also wanted to see if her husband was suitable for her, even though knowing that would be completely useless anyway. Originally, Huang Yueying was not supposed to go. However, Chen Shiyi had instructed Jiang Yong to try to fulfill Miss Wang's requests, as Huang Yueying was indeed a very important figure. After all, if we're talking about talented women in the Three Kingdoms period, Cai Ziyiji represents the abilities in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and prose. Wang Yi represents the abilities in strategy and military tactics, and Huang Yueying is definitely the epitome of ingenuity and skill. Of course, when Chen Shiyi told Jiang Yong, he only said that out of respect for Zhao Yang, Huang Yueying should not be treated poorly, and whatever requests she made, whether appropriate or not, should be met as long as they were within his capabilities. In this way, Huang Yueying made a very fortunate discovery. Things that she couldn't try at home, it seemed that as long as she asked that tall, thin, kind-looking, and humorous elder, he would be able to do it. When Huang Chenjian and his two companions arrived, Chen Shiyi was setting up camp in a place west of Linyi, nestled against a hillside and near water. Just as Su Yu had predicted, Chen Shiyi had no intention of engaging Su Yu in battle in the new city of Linyi. That would significantly slow down the construction of the new city. As for setting up camp a dozen miles away from the new city, Chen Shiyi didn't believe that Yuan Shao's army would dare to attack the city. They would be caught in a pincer attack and be doomed. Although Zhang Yan and Wang Xiu were not particularly capable in combat, with the city inside and reinforcements outside, defense would be easy. Kong Ming, your father-in-law has arrived. Go and greet him. Chen Shiyi looked at the letter from Jiang Yong handed to him by the messenger. Yes, Zhao said, rising with a pleased expression. Then he quickly left. Did his wife come too? After watching Zhao leave, Fa Zheng turned to Chen Shiyi and asked. You actually guessed it, Chen Shiyi said curiously. Normally, what father-in-law would come to the military camp to see his son-in-law for no reason? Fa Zheng said, pursing his lips. Then, with a touch of gossip, he asked, I wonder if Kang Ming's wife is pretty. Have you met Cai Ziaji? Chen Shiyi asked casually. No way, Kang Ming's wife is so beautiful. Gan Ning was shocked this time. Cai Yan had played the zither for everyone during the new year, so everyone had seen her. Her beauty was beyond words, it was a blend of many experiences that had shaped her. I was just saying. Seeing Fazhen's eyes bulging out, Chen Shiyi said with a smile. Cai Yan wouldn't be the most beautiful, but her temperament and talent were too eye-catching. I knew it, Fa Zheng said, pursing his lips. She's only slightly inferior to Cai Ziaji, but perhaps a few levels above the youngest daughter of the Mi family. Chen Shiyi changed the subject, taking over the conversation before Fa Zheng could finish speaking. When choosing a wife, choose virtue. When choosing a concubine, choose beauty. Being beautiful isn't necessarily a good thing. If I were given that young lady from the Mi family, I reckon she would shorten my lifespan by 10 years, Fa Zheng said immediately, and then gave an example. Zhang Ying was not particularly beautiful, even less so than Wang Yi. Therefore, Fa Zheng always said that he married a virtuous wife when he talked about his wife at the dinner table. Indeed, Fa Zheng's wife was very virtuous. That's not necessarily true, Chen Shiyi said with a smile. Gan Ning shook his head repeatedly. If Cai Yan's identity weren't so special, Gan Ning would really want to get close to her. He didn't care about the idea of her being a jinx to husbands. But thinking about Cai Yan being the only descendant of the Cai family, Gan Ning felt it wasn't worth the trouble. There were plenty of beautiful women in the world. As Zhao was leaving, he noticed something very strange. Although he hadn't activated his spiritual talent, which greatly reduced his perception of other spiritual talents, the error shouldn't be this large. What was going on with these three things that seemed like spiritual talents but weren't? At first, Zhao thought he was confused and had determined the wrong direction. However, after confirming that Chen Shiyi, Fa Zheng, and Gan Ning's three talents were still in the main tent, as was his own spiritual talent, and after careful confirmation, he also found that the three people on the other side with similar spiritual talents were also there. What's going on? Zhao couldn't help but be curious. He then carefully sensed the three talents that were extremely similar to his spiritual talent as he continued walking, and gradually a sense of familiarity arose within him. Isn't this the kind of spiritual talent I sensed in Cai Ziaji? I even specifically copied a mental talent template. After pondering for a while, Zhao remembered where he had seen it before. Back then, during the new year, Zhao sensed a kind of spiritual talent in Cai Yan. On a whim, he decided to try it out, since Liu Bei was right beside him and no one would die. After the game was launched, Zhao discovered that he did indeed possess this talent, but he was unable to use it. Cai Yan's talent required the use of the zither, and the player's skill level had to be no less than Cai Yan's. Wasn't this just a dream?
Chapter 684 Beautiful Inside and Out.
This is the direction leading to the camp gate. Does this mean that among my father-in-law and my wife's group are 3 people with skills that have reached the pinnacle of a certain technique, like Cai Yan? Zhuoyang was slightly surprised. The difficulty of reaching the pinnacle of a technique like Cai Yan's was far greater than that of theirs. Unlike his previous life when he moved to Jingzhou, in this life Zhuoyang only knows that he is engaged, but he has no idea who his fiancée is, what he looks like, or what his personality is. However, that's how it was in ancient times. The parents' orders and the matchmaker's words were the most important things. As for the demands of the parties involved, they didn't matter at all. Just like when Chen Shiyi married Fan Jian, no matter how high his position or what else he did, he had to abide by the marriage contract that his father had made more than 10 years ago. This is why Chen Shiyi said that Chen Lan had been wronged. According to modern people's thinking, Chen Lan was truly someone who had gone through thick and thin with Chen Shiyi and never abandoned him. Although Chen Shiyi had changed his mind about her, he felt more affection for Chen Lan than anything else, while his feelings for Fan Jian were more of a sense of responsibility. This is the real difference between Chen Shiyi and Chen Lan and Fan Jian. Of course, as time goes by, no matter what kind of feelings they are, they will eventually settle into the bond of kinship, which is also the foundation of stable marriage in ancient times. After all, compared to love that arises from a momentary lapse of judgment, the kind of love that develops from mutual support out of responsibility and obligation, gradually growing into warmth and eventually settling into true kinship, is more reliable. After all, in this era, there is no such thing as divorce, it's all about supporting each other for life.
This explains why Zhuge Liang showed excitement upon learning of Huang Chengyan's arrival. Even though Zhuge Liang knew that regardless of his feelings, his wife would inevitably be Huang Wang, meeting her beforehand and getting to know her better would give him more confidence in their future relationship.
Zhuoyang was quite anxious. It wasn't that he was worried about Huang Yueying's looks. After all, he, the Grand Chancellor of Shuhan, had long since reached the point of disregarding outward appearance and pursuing inner qualities. He was simply worried that his future wife wouldn't have much in common with him. The closer Zhuoyang got, the clearer his senses became. He also realized that some of his previous intuitions were flawed. 2 of them were almost identical to Cai Yan's, while the other was unlike anything he had ever encountered before. Indeed, the world is full of wonders. Besides spiritual talent, there are other kinds of talents, and even stranger, so many different types. Zhuoyang sighed deeply. He quickened his pace. "Oh, Kong Ming, it's you who came to pick us up. Come and meet your father-in-law." Jiang Yong spotted Zhuoyang from afar and waved with a smile. Hearing Jiang Yong's words, Huang Yueying's eyes flashed with curiosity, but she didn't show much shyness. Staring in the direction Zhuoyang had come from, she looked him up and down, nodded first, then sighed. Judging from his expression, Zhuoyang had passed the test, albeit somewhat unsatisfactorily. The moment Zhuoyang saw Jiang Yong, he also noticed the 3 people behind him and was immediately taken aback. The old man was undoubtedly his father-in-law, Huang Chenjian, a thin and frail-looking man. The woman with golden hair was undoubtedly his future wife, Huang Yueying. Zhao noticed that the other person was sizing him up, and then he realized what was happening. With a calm expression, he quickly stepped forward and said, "This humble nephew Zhao Kongming greets Uncle Huang, Miss Huang, and this gentleman. You must be Zhao Kongming." Huang Chenjian smiled as he looked at the handsome young man in front of him. "Your uncle has praised you a lot. I didn't believe it at first, but now I do. It's good that you are like this." Zhao was slightly taken aback, then bowed to Huang Chenjian and said, "Uncle, you flatter me. I was rash back then and did not heed your teachings. I wonder how you are doing in Jingzhou." "He's doing well in Jingzhou, but without my old friend, he'll soon be moving to Yizhu. The Zhao family has produced another genius, so he's accomplished his mission," Huang Chenjian said with a smile, stroking his beard. In fact, Huang Chenjian's gaze never left Zhao Liang's expression as he spoke, and he was even more satisfied when he saw a hint of sadness on Zhao Liang's face. "So that's how it is." Zhao Liang sighed inwardly. How could he not understand Zhao Liang's meaning? Unlike the younger generation of aristocratic scions who were filled with the idea of making great achievements, the older generation of aristocratic family members were more concerned with continuing their family line. "This is Shang Chang's disciple, Zhang Gongguan. Shang Chang wanted to take you, Shi Yuan, and a man named Su Yuanzi as his disciples, but unfortunately, the timing wasn't right, so I brought him here instead," Huang Chenjian said, pointing to Zhang Wan. Zhang Wan was actually slightly older than Chen Shiyi. Zhang Wan of Lingling, disciple of Pang Digong. Zhang Wan bowed to Zhao Liang in greeting, and Zhao Liang returned the bow. With just this one bow, Zhao Liang felt that Zhang Wan seemed a bit old-fashioned, but he exuded a kind of majesty. "This is my daughter, Yueying." Huang Chenjian pointed to Huang Yueying. "This humble servant, Huang Yueying, greets, young master." For the first time, Huang Yueying felt that meeting Zhao Liang before marriage was not a good thing. She couldn't do what Fan Jian and Zhang Ying did and directly call him husband, but calling him by his name was a bit inappropriate. After hesitating for a moment, she spoke generously. She was very fortunate that Zhao Liang was the eldest son of the Zhao family, so it was not a problem for her to call him young master. "Greetings, Miss Huang." Zhao Liang also walked down the steps. Zhao Liang was now cheering. His worst fears had not come true. His wife was not only not ugly, but extremely beautiful. Moreover, her beauty was not just for show. Her almost spiritual talent clearly demonstrated that she was not just a pretty face, she was truly beautiful inside and out. Now he had no worries about not having anything in common with her, and wondered what her intellectual talent was for. Zhao Liang was secretly relieved, but completely forgot that he was currently welcoming the Huang family, and being distracted at this moment would lower his chances of making a good impression. "Ahem, Kongming, take me to Zishuang's place first, then find a place for the three of you to stay. We've all had a long and tiring journey." Jiang Yong coughed twice, drawing Zhao Liang's attention back to him. "This guy is my husband." "No way. He looks so dull." Huang Yueying's expression was gentle, but she couldn't help but scream inwardly after noticing that Zhao started to stare blankly at her. Huh, this is a chain crossbow. Huang Yueying felt a little embarrassed by Zhao gaze, so she turned her head slightly. Then she saw the crossbow mounted on the camp, and almost instantly she recalled the chain crossbow she had seen, and habitually began to disassemble it. Chapter 685 The Talents of the Masses. In Huang Yueying's mind, the chain crossbow had been disassembled and then reassembled, with many parts replaced. The Chu family spent a great deal of manpower and resources to restore the chain crossbow, and Huang Yueying understood most of it at a glance. If other people who understand mechanics knew about this, they would be absolutely amazed. Although Huang Yueying didn't quite understand some aspects at first glance, the fact that she could reconstruct the whole thing just by looking at its appearance was terrifying. This ability was not simply a matter of understanding mechanics, but rather something that could only appear after a certain level of refinement. Following Zhao into the military camp, Huang Yueying saw many siege and defense equipment along the way, most of which were quite ingenious. Although she had never seen some before, Huang Yueying quickly figured out what they were used for with her insight and wisdom. People say Mount Tai is prosperous, but only by actually seeing it can one understand what kind of prosperity it truly is, Huang Chenjian said suddenly as they walked with Zhao and were almost at the central command tent. Zhang Wang looked at Huang Chenjian in confusion. What did Huang Chenjian mean by saying this? They had not gone to Mount Tai. How did Huang Chenjian come to this conclusion? Just based on what he saw and heard in this military camp.
After Uncle goes to Mount Tai, he will understand even more that what is seen in the military camp is merely a glimpse into the whole picture. Zhuge Yang was not very surprised. He had read many books that taught people how to deduce the whole picture from a small amount of information, so he was not surprised by what Huang Chengyan said.
I'm afraid I underestimated Chen Zishuan before. This is no longer just about having enough to eat and wear. You've already started to expand in other directions. I really don't know how he did it, Huang Chenjian said with a sigh. Huang Chenjian's ability can be described as perceptive, but this ability can only be used to analyze situations or conduct research. It's not effective for understanding people, as human nature is fickle. Even if Fachhan's spiritual talent is specifically designed to understand human nature, he cannot guarantee that he can truly grasp it. Yueying and I won't go in. Just have someone arrange accommodations for us. Military camps don't accept female guests. We'll be going back this afternoon, Huang Chenjian said with a sigh. Huang Chenjian originally thought that he could give Chen Shiyi some guidance and make a good relationship with him, but when he actually arrived, he found that even if his spiritual talent was born to find fault, without a deep understanding of the situation of Mount Tai, all he could offer were some minor conclusions that were not related to life and death. Since that's the case, we should meet again next time. Huang Chenjian planned to thoroughly understand Liu Bei's territory before discussing the situation at Mount Tai. In Huang Chenjian's view, for the Huang family to enjoy long-term stability, besides the necessary prosperity of their family's scholarship, they also needed a pillar of support who could demonstrate their necessity to the ruler. Huang Chenjian felt that the prosperity of Mount Tai and Liu Bei's tolerance towards aristocratic families who abided by the rules might not be an opportunity for the Huang family. Alright then. Zhao thought for a moment and knew that this was not the time to talk about romance. Although he wanted to talk more with Huang Yueying, he just couldn't be as shameless as Fachun and Chen Shiyi. Ganlan, take my uncle to the rear camp to rest. Also, prepare a carriage. Zhao turned to Ganlan and instructed him. There was no other way. The tiger guards who were originally protecting Chen Shiyi had been sent to Linyi by Chen Shiyi, partly out of concern that Yuan Shao's side might act unpredictably. Now, Gan Ning would take over the task of protecting Chen Shiyi. Young master, may I have some contact with your logistics department? Just as Gan Lan was about to lead Huang Chenjian and his daughter away, Huang Yueying suddenly turned around and asked. Here, take this. Zhao hesitated for a moment before handing his jade token to Huang Yueying. Use this, and most places in the rear camp will be cleared. I'll leave the rest of the matters to you. In fact, Zhao imperial edict was enough to allow Huang Yueying to roam freely throughout the camp, since although Zhao official rank wasn't very high, his power was indeed considerable. However, he also knew he couldn't let Huang Yueying act recklessly, and his instruction to Ganlan was precisely to have Ganlan keep an eye on Huang Yueying. Thank you, my husband. Huang Yueying accepted the jade token. She replied to Zhao in a voice barely audible before quickly leaving. The matchmaker had already delivered the letter. The betrothal gifts had been received, and in terms of procedure, they had already surpassed Fachun's. Heaven knows if Fachun's supplementary betrothal gifts had even been delivered to Liangzhou yet. Just as Zhao remained expressionless, secretly pleased, a loud commotion came from behind him, and Fa Zheng collapsed to the ground, pulling down the curtain of the felt tent. Ahem, congratulations, Kong Ming. Fa Zheng casually got up and congratulated Zhao. It is said that this guy had the idea of sneaking a peek when he learned that Zhao wife was very beautiful. Zhao shook his head slightly, turned his head to watch Huang Chenjian and Huang Yueying leave. He had gotten used to Fa Zheng. Although the guy was awkward, he didn't really have any ill intentions towards him. Stop looking, you're completely captivated. She's already gone. Besides, isn't that your wife? You can look at her whenever you want when you get home, Fa Zheng said with a teasing smile, waving his hand in front of Zhao. Let's talk about it after this battle, Zhao said, glancing at Fa Zheng. Are you even human? I always feel like you're lacking in humanity. Fa Zheng rolled his eyes, then leaned towards Jiang Yang. Zion He, you're back. Without you, the government office has gained a Zhao. It's been completely taken over by workaholics. Don't he make it sound like I am lazy like Zishuan and you. You know I've worked really hard, constantly running around. I haven't stopped all these years. I can speak more than a dozen different regional dialects now, and I've discovered that I can communicate with the Qiang and Hu barbarians. Jiang Yang said with some pride. If we're talking about language talent, no one in Mount Tai can compare to Jiang Yang. He already knows more than 10 local dialects and 3 or 4 barbarian languages. Of course, he also knows Xianbei and Wuhuan languages, though they are just a matter of being proficient in them. This guy is quite talented in diplomacy. How did you learn that? It seems like you come back from every trip you go out in a different dialect. By the way, what dialect did you learn in Jingzhou this time? Fa Zhen said helplessly. He had to admit he was right. I have learned the language of the 5 streams barbarians. I am now following the task that Zishuan assigned me, tracing the origins of all languages and scripts, and then creating a unified language. I have asked Weishuo to help me find quite a few people, and this matter is finally making some progress, Jiang Yang said with a sigh. Chapter 686 Zhang 1, A Late Bloomer. Of Chen 11's original plans, Jiang Yang's is the one with the lowest progress. The others have accomplished a lot, and now almost every guy sitting at that table chatting has his own reputation. Only Jiang Yang's work has not yet been researched. This made Jiang Yang sometimes embarrassed to appear with Chen Shiyi and his group, but fortunately, he was witty and humorous and took it all in stride, so he didn't develop any dark thoughts and remained cheerful every day. However, things are starting to look promising now. In addition, although Lu Yan is renowned throughout the country, he is still somewhat uncomfortable and often lends a hand. After all, Chen Shiyi had forced the paper-making job onto him. To claim credit for someone else's work was absolutely unacceptable for someone as self-aware as Lu Yan. So he wanted to do something practical. The paper-making halo was too big for his small frame to handle. Lu Yan may not be the best in other aspects, but he has a strong network of connections. Thanks to his efforts, many great scholars have joined the project to trace the origins of things, and everyone is highly motivated. All the great Confucian scholars knew what it meant to accomplish such a thing. If they succeeded, they would be remembered by posterity just like the other schools of thought. They would be pioneers in their own schools of thought. There are always people like this, so how could these great Confucian scholars lack motivation with such a mindset? However, given the current situation, this group of great Confucian scholars, following Jiang Yang, had progressed from the clerical script to the small seal script, and then entered the large seal script stage. But after reaching the large seal script stage, the great Confucian scholars themselves had already split internally, because the scripts of different regions and places had begun to diverge. Actually, they had already split during the small seal script period, but at least the characters looked similar. There were only a few dozen variant forms for each character. As for the large seal script period, well, that's another story. However, when the research and deduction reached this level, even though these great Confucian scholars had previously held rather unsatisfactory views on the legal system of the Qin dynasty, they now wholeheartedly praised the Qin emperor's boldness and the standardization of writing, which was extremely important. Jiang Yang is currently struggling with his research direction. Although he has some ideas, these ideas are based on the myth of Kangja inventing characters. Don't laugh. It's still much better than having no ideas at all.
In short, that's the situation. Jian Yong is working hard to complete his plan. As for the abolition of variant characters and the large dictionary, these are no longer problems. As for pinyin annotation, there are actually Chinese characters with pinyin annotations.
These achievements are already impressive enough, but he couldn't stand the fact that he was surrounded by superhumans. It would be embarrassing if he didn't reach the level of a monster when he was teammates with superhumans, so Jiang Yang endured it. Jiang Yang's current thoughts are either to complete the entire book's plan of using the same characters and pronunciations directly, or to wait until he dies before releasing the unfinished work. As for releasing it while he's still alive, he can't afford to lose face like that. This is what's called pressure, when you're befriending a monster. If you can withstand the pressure and keep up with the other person, you'll unknowingly find yourself ahead of many others. Because you're focusing on the very people at the very front. Gong Guian, I know you are a man of great talent and strategy. Would you mind if I introduced you to someone? Jiang Yang said to Zhang Wang with a smile. Along the way, Jiang Yang, who had initially thought Zhang Wang was just an average person, gradually discovered another side of Zhang Wang. He was a polymath, but unfortunately, he wasn't as well-rounded and specialized as Chen Shiyi and Li Yu. Nevertheless, he was indeed a talented person and worth recommending. That is indeed my wish, but I dare not ask, Zhang Wang said with a smile. Zhang Wang wasn't blind along the way. Although Jiang Yang wasn't very famous among the original generation of old ministers at Mount Tai, his familiarity with language, writing, and local customs was astonishing to Zhang Wang. In the end, he couldn't help but sigh that perhaps it wasn't that Jiang Yang wasn't strong, but rather that his teammates were too strong, completely overshadowing his brilliance. Zhang Wang is a typical example of someone who achieves great things late in life. He only respects geniuses, but he supports those who work hard like him and progresses together with them. Why wouldn't I dare? Jiang Yang said with a smile. Aside from innate intelligence, geniuses are simply those who find the right path and work hard. I've never believed in those who are born with knowledge. At most, I haven't seen their efforts, but that doesn't mean they haven't tried. As he spoke, Jiang Yang strode into the tent. Zishuang, it has been a long time. Let me introduce you to someone. This man is a true talent of Jingzhou. Although he is not very capable now, I believe that one day he will amaze the world. Zhang Gongguan of Lingling greets Marquis Chen and General. As Zhang Wang stepped forward, he saw Chen Shiyi sitting at the head of the table and instantly knew who he was. Zhang Gongguan of Lingling. Chen Shiyi raised an eyebrow, instantly recognizing who this guy was. Zion he, with such a guarantee from you, I won't bother with any further investigation. Is Gongguan willing to join the army? It's not that Chen Shiyi looks down on Zhang Wang or anything, but rather that his current status is no longer as casual as it was when Mount Tai was first established. Back then, he could casually chat with a newcomer like Lu Su. Even if he did the same, only the established veterans would dare to follow. Anyone else, unless they were stupid, would show the slightest disrespect. Only acquaintances could truly break the rules and get along well with Chen Shiyi. Others no longer had the courage or the right. Jiang Yang smiled. He was pleased that Chen Shiyi had given him so much face. He turned to look at Zhang Wang and asked, Gongguan, would you like to join the army? I am grateful for the high regard of Lord Chen and Mr. Jiang, but my knowledge is mostly in political affairs and military matters. Although I am not completely ignorant of military matters, I am far inferior to a master like Lord Chen. It would be better for me to choose a position that I can take up, so as not to disappoint Mr. Jiang and Lord Chen's kindness. Zhang Wang sighed inwardly, but still made the right choice. To Zhang Wang's surprise, Chen Shiyi actually offered to accompany the army. He knew that accompanying the army meant being granted an official position directly, and he had originally prepared to first serve as a low-ranking official to hone his skills. Zhang Wang was truly prepared to rise from the bottom to a high position. With the political climate of Mount Tai being clean and efficient, and Lu Bei being both talented and virtuous, Zhang Wang was confident that if he started his political career now, he would surely have a place among the 9 ministers in 30 years. Zhang Wang never imagined he would become the prime minister. His goal was to become one of the 9 ministers, a very ambitious goal. He worked hard towards this goal, but when he finally became one of the 9 ministers, he realized he had underestimated himself. Zhang Wang was a late bloomer. Chapter 687 Wasted Talent and Self-Realization. As Zhang Wang said, he was not ignorant of military affairs, but compared to political strategy, his military skills were only at a level of over 70. Of course, for the average person, a military skill level of over 70 is more than enough to be a centurion or something similar, and with a little effort and a bit of luck, becoming a lieutenant general is not a problem either. Unfortunately, this was true for Zhang Wang. He was more confident in his political affairs than in military matters, which is why he rejected Chen 11's offer. Zhang Wang didn't know if he was imagining things or seeing things, but when he spoke, he seemed to see a smile on Chen 11's lips. Although he didn't quite understand why there was that smile, he could vaguely sense the goodwill in it. However, Zhang Wang was unsure whether Chen Shiyi had smiled or not, and naturally, she was also somewhat unsure whether Chen Shiyi was satisfied or not. After Zhang Wang spoke, Jiang Yang was taken aback at first, then frowned, preparing to lend Zhang Wang another helping hand. After all, he had come to understand that Zhang Wang was good at political strategy and, although not bad at military affairs, would be wasting his talents if he were to join the army. Even with Chen Shiyi looking after him, it would be difficult for him to fully display his abilities.
Since you are so determined, let me think about what position I should assign you. Chen Shi's expression was calm, revealing no emotion whatsoever.
Please forgive me, Lord Chen. With that, Zhang Wang slowly withdrew. After Zhang Wang left, Jiang Yang finally spoke up. Hey, Zishuan, Gong Gaian isn't just being picky, he's really suited for governing. Unlike others who held Chen Shiyi in high esteem, Jiang Yang had endured hardship alongside him before Mount Tai was even built. Moreover, he was a fellow townsman of Lu Bei, and in terms of seniority alone, he was second to none. Zion He, sit here, Fatchen said, pointing to the seat next to him. He was also among the first group to be seated. He was quite familiar with Jiang Yang, and it was thanks to Man Chong that he was able to sit in the front row. Mizu, Jiang Yang, Sun Qian, and Lu Yan all gave up their seats. Jiang Yang casually sat down, and Fa Zheng poured wine for everyone. Jiang Yang didn't see Chen 11's smile, but Fa Zheng saw it clearly and instantly understood what Chen Shiyi meant. Is Zion He worried that I'll hold a grudge against Zhang Gongaian? Chen Shiyi said with a smile. I'm just that petty. When have I ever argued with anyone over such trivial matters? Besides, Zhang Gongaian has a dignified demeanor and is destined for greatness. Chen Shiyi was completely unaware that his tone of voice had changed somewhat. At least when he first came to this world, Chen Shiyi would never have been able to use such a tone to evaluate a historical figure. But now he could use the same tone to evaluate a younger generation, to evaluate someone. Gradually, whether it was due to the praise of others or his own adaptation, he had integrated into this era. That's right, you're too lazy to suppress newcomers. I bet you'd love for a newcomer to replace you. Jiang Yong said with a smile. I hope I didn't disturb you. I hope there doesn't start a fight as soon as I arrive. It wouldn't be good if I got caught in the crossfire. Chen Shiyi shook his head, not saying much about the war, but continued to talk about Zhang Wang. He is very capable. Even I have to think about what position to give him. It can't be too high, so as not to cause dissatisfaction among his subordinates, nor can it be too low, so that his abilities cannot be brought into play. Oh, you seem to know quite a bit. Then tell me, if you were to give him more freedom, what position should you give him? Jiang Yong downed his drink in one gulp and said with a smile. He acknowledged Chen 11's good judgment. The position of chief administrator is a good fit for him. It allows him to utilize his abilities without being too incompetent, and it also gives him some insight into the lower and middle classes, Chen Shiyi said with a smile. Zhang Wang should be groomed to be a prime minister, or at least a minister. We can't afford to mess things up. It would be a real shame to ruin him. Chief Administrator, Fa Zheng turned to look at Zhao Liang. The man next to him was the chief clerk, who had been promoted to chief administrator in less than a year. There was no other way. Lu Su was in charge of 2.5 prefectures and had already been promoted to governor. Li Yu, on the other hand, was brought back from Sushu and became a deputy governor. Naturally, when it came to promotions, everyone would recommend Zhao Liang, who was a hard-working member, to be promoted to chief administrator. Only he and Lu Su were workaholics. The others would definitely try to escape if they could, unless something really serious happened. Too high, Zhao Liang said calmly. Not high enough. You are already wasting your talents as a mere administrator. Even if you were in charge of 3 prefectures, you would not have fully utilized your abilities. You are more suited to be a junior official in the 9 ministers' office. After 10 years, you should be promoted to prime minister. This is my assessment of your abilities, Chen Shiyi said solemnly. 10 years later, Zhao Liang will be 24 years old, which is the same age he was when he first came out of seclusion. At that time, Zhao Liang already had the ability to become prime minister. What he lacked most was experience. Now, he was put on the throne of the 9 ministers to hone his skills for 10 years. After 10 years, he would definitely have enough experience.
Zhuge Liang was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected Chen Xi to think so highly of him. Although Zhuge Liang had considered the position of prime minister, he really couldn't guarantee that he could do it 10 years later.
Don't underestimate yourselves. Our opponents are all the ancients. If we can't even do that, what qualifications do we have? Fa Zheng said nonchalantly, showing a very open-minded attitude. In fact, Fa Zheng was able to be so open-minded because he had already achieved his ideal to get his father to admit that he no longer needed any protection from his ancestors to live, and was living well enough, and that he could even use his glory to bless the descendants of the Fa family. Fa Yan never directly praised Fa Zheng, but Fa Zheng understood from Fa Yan's expression that he had gained recognition. Fa Zheng, who found immense happiness and fulfillment in his father and wife, no longer yearned to prove himself as much as before. After bringing his father to Mount Tai and when Zhang Ying came to Mount Tai to complete the last imperfection, Fa Zheng no longer needed to use money and power to demonstrate his success. He had passed that boring era. Zhuoyang would be shocked that he could hold the position of one of the 9 ministers and sit in the seat of prime minister, but Fa Zheng would not be interested in it at all. He was more concerned about whether he had acted foolishly and what his oath to Liu Bei had been. Fa Zheng's interest has shifted more towards this. Real money and power can no longer provide him with much stimulation. At this point, he is thinking more about self-realization, and his realm has been elevated. From Fachhan's perspective, the greatest self-realization is to realize Liu Bei's ideal. It's not that he couldn't think of a more complete ideal than Liu Bei's, but rather that Liu Bei's ideal was already grand enough. And he was able to achieve what he had today because of Liu Bei's recruitment order. Therefore, in Fachhan's view, official positions and power are not really important. What is important is how to realize that ideal. Chapter 688 The Vital Point. While Chen 11's side had already prepared a defense, intending to prolong the battle before leveraging their advantages, Su Yu was pondering how to win this war. The 7,000 strong army led by Wenzhou had no infantrymen, each man rode 2 horses. At present, only Yuan Shao and Li Zhu in the world had so many horses. Su Yu rushed to Linyi without stopping. He and Tianfeng originally went from Jizhu to Bingzhou, and after regrouping their troops, they left Bingzhou. Now, however, they were leading their troops to Linyi, which is close to Jizhu. If it weren't for the time constraints, Su Yu would definitely have fought a great battle under the walls of Linyi. Wenzhou, send your personal guard Wen Cheng with your seal of office to Jizhu to mobilize troops. After a long journey, Su Yu changed into a long robe before starting to eat, and while eating, he gave the order to Wenzhou. Mobilizing troops again. Wenzhou was taken aback. Although he was straightforward and somewhat naive, it didn't mean he was a fool. This time, Yuan Shao had already dispatched 10,000 troops. Even if many of them were just soldiers from various counties, it was still a real 10,000 infantry and cavalry. Normally, which ruler would dare to give his generals so many troops without personally leading the campaign? If you want to win, listen to me. Chen Zishuan is extremely good at using his power to intimidate people, and he can be described as opportunistic. If I can defeat him in one go and drag it out to a stalemate, I can win. Su Yu took a bite of the jerky in his hand, chewed it a few times, and then swallowed it hard. But, when Zhou opened his mouth, about to explain. No buts. Su Yu interrupted Wenzhou directly. If you want to win, go and mobilize your troops. Wenzhou hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth. I'll move my troops, but can you win if I do? We desperately need a major victory right now. Especially before we launch a full-scale war, we need a major victory to boost morale. I'll move my troops if you can win. I know what you want to say. but I can only tell you that I am not confident in beating Chen Zishuan. There is no one in the world who dares to say they can beat him without a doubt, because he has never lost. Su Yu stared at Wenzhou and said solemnly, I'll only ask you one question, are you willing to mobilize troops? Su Yu's expression was calm, completely ignoring Wenchu's shocked and angry expression, as if he hadn't taken anything to heart.
Fine, I'll mobilize the troops. Wen Qiu said with a dark face. I'll take the blame. If we lose, it's on me.
After speaking, Wen Zhou immediately summoned his personal guard, Wen Chang. Then, in front of his guard, he asked, Strategist, what do you suggest we do now? Infantry, cavalry, and who else do we need? We need 3,000 cavalry and 10,000 infantry, the rest are not important, Su Yu said, staring at Wen Zhou. He then took out a map, pointed to a spot, and said to Wen Zhou, see this? In 7 days, don't worry about anything else. When the Jishu reinforcements arrive, attack this place at night. Success or failure is not important, but afterwards, send 5,000 infantrymen to guard the Yellow River north of Linyi and the Ji River south of Linyi. There are quite a lot of people. Even my headquarters doesn't have this many people, Wen Zhou said, twitching his lips. That's your problem, but I believe you can do it. It's about whether we can remain invincible, Su Yu said, patting Wen Zhou on the shoulder. Wen Zhou felt a heaviness on his shoulders. Over 10,000 men. Although Yuan Shao had indeed granted him the authority to mobilize in an emergency, was it perhaps inappropriate to use it here? Su Yu remained calm and did not make things difficult for Wen Zhou. This large-scale troop mobilization was within the authority granted by Yuan Shao, but only military generals whom Yuan Shao absolutely trusted could possess such authority. Give me 1,000 men to take this place, Su Yu said, pointing to chipping on the map. Chen Zishuang will have troops stationed here, but my army is stronger and controls the Yellow River. As long as Chen Zishuang reacts too slowly, he will surely fall. All right, I'll give instructions to the reinforcements. Wen Zhou nodded, looking helpless. He couldn't understand Su Yu's plan at all. Seeing Wen Zhou leave, Su Yu stood up and looked at the full moon. His silk robe and handsome appearance made him seem like a celestial being descended to earth. Su Yu silently pondered his plan, and once he realized that it was full of flaws but could still be successfully implemented, he stopped trying to fix the mistakes. Sometimes, a plan can't be perfect, it just needs to be effective. Even if a plan is full of flaws, as long as you can't find a way to counter it, it's still a brilliant plan. After Wen Zhou sent his personal guards to Ji province, he headed south. Although he asked Su Yu many times, he could not get an answer from him. Helpless, he could only follow Su Yu all the way. Su Yu also offered no explanation, heading south straight into Dongping Kingdom. After making final preparations at Fukan on the Dongping front, he marched directly east. Even if Wen Zhou were stupid, he would understand what Su Yu wanted to do at this point. However, he did not expect Su Yu to be so bold as to bypass Chen Shiyi and head straight for Feichen. This was the transfer station for the food and supplies of Chen 11's army, and it was also the supply line on the official road, which connected to Taishan Fengjiao on the other end. Strategist, are you sure we want to cut off Feichen's supply lines? As they got closer to Feichen, the soldiers under his command, who had never seen a map, naturally didn't know where their target was, but when Jonah understood completely that as it strike the snake at its vital point, only there is the most suitable place. Cut off Feichen's grain supply, and Yanzhou, Jiabei, and Dongzheng will be completely cut off from each other, Su Yu said with a sneer. Strategist, attacking there is pointless. That's the main road. If Chen Zishuan is trapped, Liu Bei can reach him in just 3 days. Sun Gongaiyu has built a network of roads throughout Liu Bei's territory. Their speed of deployment is too fast, they won't even run out of food in their camp in 3 days. Even if Wenzhou was stupid, he had ridden a horse on the main road before. How could he not know how fast troops could be deployed on the main road? 3 days is enough. I think UVE mobilized the troops of the Lu brothers in southern Jizhu. Zhang Xuangao is a man who seeks progress while maintaining stability, and Wei Wenchang is a man who likes to take risks. They are in northern Qingzhou. How can we hide our army's movements from them? Su Yu did not answer Wenzhou's question, but instead spoke to himself.
Doesn't that mean our southern Ji province is unstable? Wen Qiu was taken aback. He had transferred Gao Lan's deputy general, and only after hearing Su Yu's explanation did he understand. If the troops in southern Ji province were transferred away, wouldn't that give Liu Bei's generals in Qing province an opportunity to take advantage of the situation?
Don't worry, Gao Yuanbo is a strict military leader and quite knowledgeable in military strategy. He will definitely be prepared after you go to mobilize troops. However, the battles in Jizhu and Qingzhou are inevitable. In this case, Liu Bei will have no troops to mobilize. Su Yu shook his head and said without any worry. How is that possible? Feng Ajiao's troops are only a 3-day journey from Feichen. Wenzhou said incredulously. Chapter 689. The enemy is inevitably within. The point is to make him use the troops from Feng Ajiao. Liu Bei rose to power too quickly, with a strong army and brave men under his command. This is why the powerful families under his rule dare not act rashly. But withdrawing the troops from Feng Ajiao. At this moment, Su Yu's eyes made no attempt to conceal his thoughts, his expression icy cold. The troops that were maintaining the central government's strength in Feng Ajiao have been transferred away, and with our army's superior numbers, I don't believe the powerful families of Sashu, Qingzhou, and Yanzhou won't make a move. Liu Bei's wealth and power can be said to have come from sucking the blood of these powerful families. Su Yu said with a sneer. If they can't defeat them head-on, then they'll resort to underhanded tactics. In this state of mind, Su Yu is already considered one of the most intelligent people in the world. He no longer values the victory of a single battle, but begins to think about how to gain greater benefits from a battle, thereby influencing the overall situation and shaking up the world's trends. Su Yu's current strategy is to abandon the powerful families of Qingzhou and Sashu and gamble on his ability to overthrow Liu Bei's foundation. If he succeeds, the strongest power in the land will definitely collapse, and no one will be able to stop Yuan Shao's unification. At this moment, Su Yu was not calculating the gains and losses of Lin Yi in Dongzheng, but rather the entire Qingzhou under Liu Bei's rule and Yanzhou, which was not under Liu Bei's control, as well as the elders of the Yuan family. Only if the ownership of the world fell into Yuan Shao's hands could Su Yu gain enough benefits, using the lives of others to gamble with his own hopes of rise. That was Su Yu's strategy. His greatest skill was shifting blame. He transferred his problems to others, using minimal effort to obtain what he needed. Or rather, he possessed this seemingly legitimate means to steal the final spoils. However, Su Yu was not like Jiasu, who left no way out for his pieces. He was more like a merchant making a deal. He used the cards in his hand to manipulate others and get what he wanted. Although he was a cunning merchant, he left a sliver of hope, but this sliver of hope was only for better manipulating those pieces. Su Yu looked back at Sushu, a cold smile creeping across his face. He thought to himself, once I've shaken up all the discontented aristocratic families under Liu Bei's rule, I don't believe the elders of the Yuan family in Yuzhou will be able to resist such a good opportunity. In Liu Bei's eyes, Yuan Shu of Yu province was a fattened pig, and in Su Yu's eyes, he was also a piece of fat meat. What Su Yu needed to do now was to shift the anger of the impending war from Yuan Shao to Yuan Shu. Only in this way could it better serve Yuan Shao's interests and the Yuan family's ideal of joining forces to destroy Liu Bei. Although Yuan Shu was a tempting target, Su Yu didn't believe that the weakened Liu Bei could swallow him whole. Moreover, even if he could, Liu Bei at that time wouldn't be able to digest it. Even if he pursued a predatory expansion strategy like Cao had, it wouldn't be enough to sustain his already weakened body. Wen Zhou wasn't a complete fool. Su Yu had explained it so clearly, how could he not understand? Su Yu's plan was essentially a scheme to wipe out Liu Bei's entire family. He wanted to completely destroy Liu Bei's foundation. Even if it failed, the uprising of powerful families on a province-wide scale would still damage Liu Bei's foundation. Upon realizing this, Wen Chu's eyes lit up. He suddenly realized that all the blame he had taken on before was not trouble at all, but proof of his merits. Damn it, from now on, if the strategist says east, I will never go west. Wen Zhou patted his chest and promised, stop talking nonsense. In a moment, you'd better lead your troops straight into Feichen and don't let a single enemy escape. Su Yu glanced at Wen Zhou and said, showing no interest in Wen Chu's assurances. He had his own way of commanding fierce generals, and that was to achieve victory. No problem, Wen Zhou assured, patting his chest. Seeing Wen Chu's unwavering confidence, Su Yu remained silent, for it was not yet time for a true test. Come with me. Upon entering Jibei Kingdom, Su Yu dispersed most of his men, taking only 500 soldiers with him as he headed towards Feichen. After arriving at the last resting place, Su Yu spoke to Wen Zhou. Ah, okay. Wen Zhou was a little puzzled, but he still followed. This time, Su Yu made no attempt to conceal his presence, riding a tall horse in a silk robe. Behind him followed Wen Zhou, who exuded a fierce aura, and 7 or 8 soldiers who had removed their armor and were only wearing cloth and carrying weapons. He displayed the grandeur of a noble family's eldest son on an outing. He made no attempt to conceal his intentions as he headed towards the eastern neighboring township of Feichen. There was a powerful family there, not particularly famous, but enough for Su Yu. Since he dared to devise such a scheme, he must have done some research, otherwise, he wouldn't be so confident. We've arrived. Su Yu spurred his horse directly onto the country road and then arrived at the He family's gate. Strategist, what brings you here all of a sudden? Wenzhou asked, puzzled. Recruit people to join, and spread the word at the same time, Su Yu said calmly. May I ask if Master He is here? Su Yu jumped off his horse and bowed to the gatekeeper. Generally speaking, a gatekeeper in a family can be bad at everything else, but there is one thing he absolutely cannot be bad at, his eyesight. Although the gatekeeper of the He family had never met Su Yu, he felt a sense of authority from the moment Su Yu stepped off his horse and raised his hand. Please wait in the main hall for a moment, sir. I will go and invite the head of the family. After seeing the murderous aura emanating from Wenzhou, the gatekeeper knew that the person in front of him was either a valiant military general or a confidant of a powerful family. He immediately dared not have any other thoughts, bowed to everyone, and opened the main gate to welcome them into the main hall. After serving them tea, he quickly went to the inner courtyard to inform the head of the He family. The head of the He family naturally dared not neglect such a person. After changing his clothes, he came out to see Su Yu. It is a tragedy of small families. Although they can be arrogant and domineering, they have to put aside their pride and look up to the real powerful families with humility. Patriarch He, I've heard that my youngest son is serving as a quartermaster in Feichen. Is that true? At this moment, the aura emanating from Su Yu made Patriarch He's heart skip a beat. He had already seen the official seal hanging on Su Yu's waist. Chapter 690 Desperate Struggle. Su Yu deliberately showed the seal on his waist to the He family, even though it was only for a moment. In such a matter concerning the life and death of his family, the head of the He family made a decision in an instant. Sir, is there anything the He family can do to help? The head of the He family became even more humble when he saw the official seal that Su Yu had inadvertently revealed. It wasn't that Patriarch He had guessed who Su Yu was, but he knew that the group in front of him came from Yuan Shao in the north and that their official seals had the character G on them. That one character was enough to identify the group. As for forgery, although we are currently in the late Han Dynasty, no one dares to forge official seals while the Han Dynasty is still intact. This is also why the various warlords do not hold very high official positions. Of course, the rebels among the mountain bandits would bestow titles upon themselves such as Great General of the Dragon or Great Emperor of Heavenly Might, while the true lords who aspired to rule the world would humbly acknowledge that the Han Dynasty was the legitimate dynasty, because their current strength was not enough to completely replace the Han Dynasty. I'm offering you a perilous fortune. Accept it, and the He family will have someone to protect you. Su Yu looked at the He family head with a light and charming expression, picked up the celadon teacup, took a slow sip of tea, and put the teacup down before speaking gently. Upon hearing this, the head of the He family froze for a moment, but then a look of struggle appeared on his face. All wealth and status come with danger, and Su Yu was already giving him enough face by saying it. Moreover, the words had already gone this far, and the He family really didn't have much room for maneuver. The quartermaster of Feichen is the eldest son of my He family. I suppose you must have misremembered, sir. After much deliberation, the head of the He family decided to take a gamble. As for Fei Cheng's beloved youngest son, this was both a crisis and an opportunity for him to lead the He family to greater heights. If successful, the He family head would no longer need to pave the way for him, and would no longer need to worry about the issue of primogeniture. If he failed, what was the point of even thinking about the outcome, or even fighting for it? He. Very well, Suyu said with a smile. As for what the He family chooses, it doesn't matter. What matters is that after today, the aristocratic families under Liu Bei's rule will receive the news that the Ji province army has arrived. Especially after Fei Chen is captured, this news will quickly reach the ears of every aristocratic family under Liu Bei's rule.
When Suyu left the He family, he couldn't help but ponder a question: should this world belong to the powerful families or the common people? After a long while, Suyu came to a ridiculous conclusion: it belongs to neither. This world belongs only to the strongest person. Everyone else is merely a slave to the strongest person or the strongest group, just a slave with relaxed control.
No matter how the system changes, it cannot change the fact that from the mythological era to the Xia and Shang dynasties, then to the Spring and Autumn period, and finally to the Qin and Han dynasties, all of this remains unchanged. The world belongs to the strongest. This is both the greatest fairness and the greatest unfairness. A smile appeared on Su Yu's face. After Su Yu and Wenzhou led 500 troops to successfully capture Fei Chen with the help of the He family, and then relied on the thousands of soldiers scattered everywhere to completely block all of Liu Bei's soldiers who were trying to tip them off, Chen 11's Fei Chen supply depot completely fell into Su Yu's hands. Su Yu ordered his soldiers to blockade Fei Chen. Standing on the city wall, he watched his soldiers making their final preparations. After mounting their horses, he and his soldiers would gallop for 3 days, then encircle the Lianye army without any preparation. As for the possibility that some might slip through the net and cause Chen Shiyi to receive the message from Fei Chen, Su Yu had nothing to worry about. Such a surprise attack meant that even if someone managed to escape, they would definitely not have been prepared. Su Yu's troops were all composed of one man riding 2 horses. Although there were many weaknesses in this battle, they all boiled down to one thing: his marching speed was too fast. It was so fast that Liu Bei's army simply couldn't react, and that was enough. As expected, Liu Bei's army is not lacking in vigilance, or rather, they are wary of the powerful clans. Su Yu said to Wenzhou, watching Yuan Shao's soldiers cleaning up the blood stains in the city. He. Wenzhou couldn't understand what Su Yu was saying at all. That's fine too. Su Yu didn't care about Wenzhou's bewildered expression at all. In his opinion, the more wary Liu Bei was of the powerful families, the better. Whether this wariness was due to his own sense of vigilance or was intentional, it was an opportunity to provoke the nerves of the many powerful families under Liu Bei's rule. Seeing Wenzhou grinning foolishly, Su Yu didn't want to dampen his spirits. What Wenzhou considered a settled situation was far from Su Yu's view. The most important thing was to completely crush Chen 11's counterattack. Wenzhou, get ready. We're about to set off. The upcoming battle will be very dangerous. I need fearless soldiers. A slight mistake in the next battle could lead to our total annihilation. Go and tell your soldiers that those who are willing can come along, and those who are unwilling can stay and defend the city, Su Yu said, turning to Wenzhou. Huh. What soldier isn't dangerous? Wenzhou said nonchalantly. Although my strength is not the best in the world, I have never been afraid of anyone. Please speak frankly if you have any concerns, Strategist. I know you are not afraid of death, but that doesn't mean your men are not afraid of death either. This battle is extremely dangerous. My troops will have to deal with an enemy several times larger. Only those who are fearless in the face of death can survive. Those who are complacent will surely die. If one person wavers, it will affect the morale of the entire army and ruin our grand plan. Su Yu stared at Wen Zhou and said with a serious expression, "The soldiers under my command are all righteous men who followed me from Bingzhou. They brought their own weapons and horses the moment they joined me. However, my lord Yuan Shao later bestowed upon them fine steeds and precious swords. How can my soldiers be expected to fight to the death? The tragic songs of Yan and Zhao still linger. How can brave men who have been won over with kindness and righteousness be afraid of death?" Wen Zhou immediately knelt on one knee and said with a sorrowful and indignant expression. Wen Zhou was a military general. He didn't think about those complicated matters, nor did he know how to flatter his lord. He only used his loyalty to follow the lord he chose and used his foolish sense of righteousness to assimilate the soldiers under his command. "Okay." Su Yu looked at Wen Zhou for a long time before speaking. "Thank you for your trust, strategist. Even if this road is a path of certain death, any soldier under my command who retreats without your orders will be punished according to military law." Wen Zhou stood up and glared at Su Yu, speaking with a firm and powerful voice. "All right, I will remember what you said today," Su Yu said calmly and coldly. In his current state, if the situation he described really occurred, he would definitely take Wen Chu's head without hesitation. However, whether Su Yu would still have the wisdom and decisiveness he had now at that time was another matter.